I'm doing good. How are you, Ash? Damn, sorry to hear that, brother. Fucking sucked. Burritos from last night kicking my butt. I don't know. It seems like I've been causing a lot of people problems in their bodies. You know, a lot of my viewers have been having issues, so I can only assume it's actually just my stream doing it. The only biohazardous Twitch stream. Continuing the Rebalands playthrough. I'm hoping to get all the way through Eden 6 today. Depending on how quick that goes, I might even continue on afterwards. At least a little bit. Depending, if I even get to like Necrotafeo, I mean, I'll probably just beat the game at that point. So there is like potential for today to just be the end of main story stuff. But I do also still want to get to like max level and do DLC shit because there's new drops everywhere. What does this mod do? It does a hell of a lot. You can see the whole change logs on the Nexus page, but effectively, like the main sort of idea of it is it's combining major features from the Redux mod, the Rebalands mod, and Grimm's Cut, as well. It also has the unofficial community patch in it. So it's kind of just like a big mod pack conglomerate of a bunch of different overhaul mods, along with its own changes to kind of, it's almost like a fully all-encompassing BL3 overhaul. And honestly, it's probably the most similar thing to baseline BL3 that I've played so far. Like, Rebalands really reminds me of like a vanilla Pokemon ROM hack. I played, I think it was Eternal X is what it was called. It was like the one fucking ROM hack for Pokemon X and Y. I think it was Eternal or something. I've also played Umbra Moon. But I had a blast, and those are like the ROM hacks that aren't completely new games. They're just overhauling the base game, adding Pokemon that were previously like unobtainable, reworking stuff. And Rebalance kind of reminds me of that, where it's like it's extremely different, and you feel it immediately. Like there's a bunch of small changes that very, very quickly are noticeable, even if minor. But it feels familiar. Like nothing feels out of place it's just new and it's a bit like refreshing, you know? After playing all the Borderlands games, Borderlands 3 is the most balanced from not being too easy or too hard as long as you accept the main story is disappointing. I agree. I remember a huge complaint that BO3 was too easy and shit. One, every single Borderlands game is easy. They are not built to be difficult games. What makes BL2 difficult? I honestly, I struggle to call it difficult because I do not think that's actually awesome. It drops from the Rampage right now. I don't think BL2 is difficult. It's just that enemies are, they're a little bit janky at times, unfair at other times. But it's not hard. Every enemy can be dealt with just as easily as any enemy in any other game. It's just that they're like slightly more bullshit to deal with at some points. Which bullshit is not difficulty. Bullshit is just bullshit. BO3 I really like because I feel like there's a lot more decision making in combat. Then, like, again, it's not a hard game. But I feel like there's a lot more decision making. I think enemy designs tend to actually have target priority be an important aspect to like engaging in combat. I think the Maliwan Bridge is such a iconic fucking part of this game because of exactly this. Maliwan Bridge tests your target priority like literally nothing else in this game. And it's because of just enemy designs. Like, it's not that the bridge has any new or specific enemies. It's just that it throws a lot of really well-designed enemies at you and in quantities where it makes it that you really have to be paying attention to what's where and what you can get away with killing at what point. But no, I think, like, easily BL2 and BL3 do the best when it comes to enemy designs. And because of that, they easily have the best combat. But I think BL3 just does it a little bit better. Because it's not bullshit. Like, there's never a point that I'm frustrated with how I died in fucking 3. When there's definitely a lot of points in 2 where you can be frustrated with how you died. But in 3, I can usually be like, oh, well, I probably should have just prioritized that. Or I probably shouldn't have just sprinted headfirst into a group full of enemies like that. Like, there's always a reason, and usually it comes back on a decision that I made. I mean, this is the cloud kill. Early game cloud kill slaps. I want to use some of the new stuff, like this fucking, the AR. I was so excited about getting this at the end of last stream. Your first true Vault Hunter run and getting to Flint? Yeah. Dude, TVH Flint is fucking annoying. Oh. I hit that, like, right on the split. Oh, if you get the distance here, right? It's very slow moving. But, like, dude, I'm gonna save this for Grave Ward, I think. I think that'll fuck Grave Ward up. The distance on it is very hard to gauge, though, because of how fucking glowy it is. Becca COV, that's pretty much what this is.
Vault Hunter, you just saved my damn life and I am in your debt. Let's talk.
God, I don't know how to fucking pronounce your name still. How's it going, Croat? That's what you're getting now.
My name is Wainwright Jacobs, but I'm afraid my name's all I have left. Those devils have taken everything else. Well, come on in. Help yourself to some firearms.
I did want to also try out the push dog. I think the push dog was about the same. So most people call me anyways. It doesn't. Fuck, dude. I keep hitting F because I've been playing so much fucking Hightail. And F is the interact in Hightail. And I've been playing nothing but fucking Hightail.
I escaped with my life, but they with my partner, Alistair Hammerlock. Those devils are holding him as leverage until I...
What if I just call you Scroat? How about that? Is that even better?
Bingo. That vault has been a family secret for generations. We didn't want our fair paradise to be torn asunder like what happened to Promethea and Pandora. Where there's a vault, there's always a war. But right now, I've more pressing concerns.
Dude, you could be the Scroat goat.
Alistair Hammerlock, love him alive.
Where's the Hand of Glory video? It's coming. Actually, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna need someone to remind me. I'll record the clip of actually obtaining that fucking gun
So that's exactly what we're gonna do. See,
during this stream when I fucking get it. Because that's been the problem with it, is that to get the clip of obtaining it, I need to fucking play through the entire game. And I keep forgetting to do it every playthrough I've done.
Sure. Never been on the other side of a prison break before?
One thing I do like about the Eden 6 part is I'm happy the Crimson Raiders are best friends with Jacobs because holy crap, their weapons are completely OP. Maggie, Unforgiven Masher, Skull Masher, enough said. Dude, Jacobs has been a consistent fucking baller in every game. Again, I need to get used to E. We're going to be seeing a lot of accidental drones today. A lot of premature dronation. It kind of seems like it might have been a... kind of shit. All games ever need to decide on F or E for Interact. I'm so over it. The problem is, like, some games I understand why it's F over E, and others I understand why it's E over F. They're both keys that are in a similar spot and are convenient to be, like, pressing or interacting with often. It just depends on if there's something that the game has that's more convenient to be an E or F that determines which it's gonna be. Like, for 3, I don't think... I think E is the default. I think F is only if there's some other thing already on E. Is generally, I think, what it is. How that breaks down. Because 3, I don't think, has anything bound to F. Or, no, F is action still, right. Dude, I don't even know what my buttons do. I forgot that's what I was doing. But you don't spam your action still as much, so E takes priority for the interact. If you have something you're going to be pressing often on E, then you go for F. I've only had F interact if there was leaning in the game, and Q and E were lean keys. Yeah, like that's a good example. Skullmasher needs to be a Pearl lesson in BL4. It depends on how they end up wanting Pearls to be. Like, personally, I think Skullmasher fits better as a legendary. I think Pearls should be not as gimmicky as they were in BL2, because I think that was a detriment. But I do think Pearls should have some sort of interesting gameplay or gimmick to them to make them interesting. Like, I don't necessarily think that Pearl should just be Legendary Plus. For the reasons of, one, then, you know, you just end up with a bunch of broken weapons in your game. And 2, very unfriendly to casual players and build crafters if some of the best weapons in the game are, fucking something that you need to grind hard as hell for. Which, by the way, with these drop rate increases... Okay, the push dug is fucking amazing. What the hell? With the drop rate increase patch of BL4 being at the highest 6%, I'm horrified by the possibility of any single Pearl in that game when they get added being meta. That's going to be a nightmare. If 1, they're meta, and 2, they can roll licensed parts. If the highest drop rate post-patch is 6%, Okay. What the fuck is going to be the drop rates for pearls? And how hell is it going to be to farm a Jacob's version of it? And it should make the enemies gay and kiss each other. That would be pretty cool. It'd be all like shirtless and shit too. Well, there's the push dug issue. I'm out of ammo.
I call this a successful operation.
Yo, Quadomizer actually fucking killing shit? The fuck was that? That was crazy. Also, I really want that reticle to go small. Dude! I probably should have shot the floor there. Whoops. Dude, what the fuck? Quadomizer's fucking obliterating. I really like the Mayhem legendary system instead of pearls, and all the Mayhem 6 weapons slap. Yeah, I think having that is better. I don't like UVH locked firmware. I think that was so fucking lame. Maybe if there was like multiple, but it being a single fucking firmware that we got for UVH 6, I don't know. It felt like one that they just had left over lying there, and they were like, yeah, we'll give some reason to go to UVH 6. And then also introduce True Mode, which removes any of my will to play that game right now. Okay, so I cannot stagger them out of their shield with the projectiles this thing has, which is interesting. Definitely more of a horde gun or like big body gun. Just as the way the projectiles kind of work on it. At the leech? The fuck? I mean, sure. How's the wyvern doing? I mean, that feels a little bit stronger than even the early game wyvern usually does. Does not feel nearly as good as the push dug, though. Borderlands 4 feels very underdeveloped for how long it's been out compared to 3, yeah. But don't worry, just give it more time. That's what everyone's saying. It just needs more time. Just gotta let them cook. It's not like they've had 4 months to cook. Or, you know, 17 years since BL1 came out. That's the thing that really does get me the most about the let them cook argument. They still need more time. Is that there's really no excuse for these games to be releasing in an underwhelming state at this point. Like, again, BL4 released in a rough state. I will not deny that. BL4 released in a better state, but it was still rough. And it's worth criticizing the state that it did release in. However, it at least had new shit and new content that it released with. It was at least trying new shit. There was content and things to do. It's also a much better new playthrough experience. Like, it was very clear with 3 that while there was issues, they did learn from their past games. I'm gonna be real, there's really not much in 4 that makes it feel like they learned anything from any one of their past games. It feels like it was made by an entirely new team that has, like, never played any of the previous games. It's had plenty of time to improve at this point. They keep disappointing. What do you mean? You don't like your 3% drop rate increase and more Amon buffs? What's not to like about that? Have you played the BL4 patch yet? There's no reason to. Like, I'm sure buff or drop chances feel better, but, like, it's half of what they were during the event. And during the event, drops were still a little bit rough. And now, post-patch, it's at the highest. It is half of what drops were during the event. And it's just more fucking Amon buffs. I don't know about the Harlow buffs, I'll be honest. I haven't played enough Harlow to know much about it. But, like, I'm gonna be honest. Amon does not need more buffs, to my knowledge. To my experience. I'm not a huge Amon player. But from what I do know about him, and from my experience with him, what Amon needs is a fucking level cap increase. He doesn't need more numbers right now. I feel like we're gonna have the Mose problem. Which is also what's really funny, because another common comment that I was getting was how BL4 was actually a far more balanced game than 3 was. And that they're really trying to take their time and make sure that balance changes are the right changes to make. And I'm like, no, the fuck they aren't. They added true mode at the suggestion of some random fucking guy on Twitter. And Amon's going through his, like, 18th fucking patch. Nothing has changed with Gearbox other than they're updating the game less. They're not updating it better or smarter. They're just updating it less. Didn't they say the budget for 4 was double BL3? It just does not feel like that. That's what happens when you go open world. 90% of the fucking budget for 3, I guarantee, is that underwhelming, pointless open world. I genuinely think open world killed that game. Open world is never worth it. Unless your game is, like, built to be open world specifically, I don't think a game going open world is ever fucking worth it. I know a lot of people were talking about Elden Ring. I've not played enough Elden Ring to confirm whether or not I find that to be a good open world. But, like, the examples of open world games that I think are actually good is just anything Rockstar has ever done. Because those games would not be as good as they are if they weren't open world, because the entire, like, thesis of those games is to be an incredibly immersive world. And, like, a bit of a sandbox in that. That's the entire purpose of those games. When your games are going open world for the sake of being open world rather than to actually service their gameplay, that's the issue, and that's what a majority of open worlds nowadays end up being.
It's possible you picked the wrong battle.
$72 is a little steep. A launch level cap of 55 would have been perfectly fine. Dude, 55 should have been the bare minimum. Like, 55 opens up, like, 4 new synergies for each character, pretty much. It's actually ridiculous how close we are to a lot more possible builds for each character, and we released at 50 instead. I think 60 would have been better, or like, than 55, but 55 is the absolute bare minimum that this game should have launched at. I think 60 would have been ideal. That open world doesn't even feel good. BL4's open world feels smaller than Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Exactly, because Rockstar knows how to make a fantastic open world that feels alive and feels like it has a purpose. It doesn't matter how big your open world is, it matters how detailed and in-depth it is and how much shit there is to do within it. And that's what a lot of open worlds seem to not understand, is that, again, it really isn't just, oh, we slap this on our game and suddenly it sells better. I mean, it does. Like, literally it does. That's factual. But it doesn't make a better game. But granted, that's not really what matters anymore. It's just to get sales through the door nowadays. I the thought of needing to farm specific manufacturer parts. At least with BL3, you could reroll the anointment, which was probably the most important feature of a gun. Which, to be fair with that, like, it took a really, really long time to be able to reroll anointments. That was one of the final patches of BL3. And again, that's worth criticizing with 3. The problem is, there's so many people that are in denial that licensed parts introduce the exact same issues as anointments. If not worse, because now there's potentially 3 of them, and a lot of them are on guns. Like, if you want to have up to 3 of them, those are on guns that you don't have dedicated sources for, or even areas that have increased, like, manufacturer drop rates. Farming in that game is a nightmare. So excited we finally have 6% drop rates, though. That's so cool. I think Elden Ring's open world services its gameplay very well for the first few playthroughs, but after a while you end up routing out what you want, where to get it. It feels a lot more linear. I think that's another problem with open worlds in general. I think open worlds are just worse for that reason when it comes to a game that is meant to be replayable. I don't think open worlds often service replayability very well. Which is why I think it's generally better for sandbox experiences. Like Just Cause. Actually, you know what? That's another great example of an open world. I think the Just Cause series does open world wonderfully, because that is a game that's more of a sandbox. Like, dude, replaying Just Cause is a lot more boring than just continually doing the same shit over and over again in it as a sandbox. Oh, fuck. This is it, fellas. First death of the playthrough, I think. Yep. First death. Unfortunate. I remember that I had made a suggestion before launch on the subreddit that the game should have a higher level cap, like 60, because there would be enough still points to keep builds interesting, and people jump me for it. Yeah, no, don't go to the BL4 sub for any sort of, like, actual discussion or feedback or anything. It's a nightmare over there. That's kind of a baller class mod. Best open world shooter I've played was Far Cry 5, and even then I had more patience for it than I probably should have, since it was my first Far Cry game, so none of the Ubisoft open worldness had worn out its welcome yet. Yeah, rip One Life. I played a little bit of Far Cry 5. I thought Far Cry 5 was alright. Ubisoft is like a great example of a perfect middle-of-the-road open world. Like, most of their open worlds are fine. It's just that they're usually carried by the rest of the game. That's kind of why Ubisoft has been going down the shitter. Is because the rest of the game is now usually not that great. You know, and they also started the... It pisses me off that Ubisoft, despite having been so irrelevant for so long, managed to be relevant enough just for the sake of starting the trend of pricing games at like $80, $90. Or 70 American. What is it? I don't know. It's like $100 now for a fucking video game in Canada. But that was started by Ubisoft. I'm pretty sure Skull and Bones or whatever their stupid fucking pirate game was. What they said was the first quadruple A experience. I think that was what started the trend of $70 games. I don't understand why Ubisoft is still allowed to set trends. If no one's playing your games, I feel like you shouldn't be able to... Am I dead again? I am.
You know, some people don't like onion, but I just tell them.
Ubisoft makes the shittiest games with the most interesting stories and concepts, which is why they float by. Exactly. Died of cringe. Dude, I just got fucking obliterated by that dot. Would you be willing to try Witchfire when it gets fully released? Dude, I've been excited to try Witchfire even before it gets fully released. Witchfire looks fucking dope. Tried to argue Assassin's Creed Shadows was a quadruple A game. Dude, Ubisoft is just making shit up. They're just lying on the internet for fun. Spreading misinformation simply for the love of the game. The internet actually bullied a Ubisoft executive to remove any mention of quadruple A from their LinkedIn. Oh, like, dude, we can't just keep adding more A's, you know? We can't have fucking video games. At a point, it's too many.
Well done, my plucky young assistant. Now let's meet back up, and we shall assemble.
Ubisoft's just it's their fuck. I can't remember the thing. I was gonna make the funny, hilarious Mean Girls reference. What the fuck was the word? Stop trying to make whatever a thing. Stop trying to make quadruple A thing. It's not gonna be a thing. Fetch. There we go. Thank you. I will invent the first A squared game. It means absolutely nothing. No, I think that does mean something. It means it's like a third of a triangle, right?
As they say in the business, the shizness.
Or no, that's how you calculate the hypotenuse. What's A squared minus B squared equals B squared? Is that hypotenuse? Or is that just how you calculate the entirety of a triangle? This is hilarious, because last stream I was talking about how I actually ended up being better at fucking trig than I remembered being, and now I can't even remember what that formula was.
Now deliver that pizza to my sniper man, who I like.
Well, no, it's both, right? That it is both. That's just the formula of a triangle. I'm retarded. Okay. Yeah, it's the Pythagorean theorem. Dude, Pythagoras was a fucking freak. I love that guy. It makes me so... I find it so funny that, like, you know, his theorem is so important, and everyone learns about it in high school, but no one learns that this man literally fucking was the head of a math cult that took, like, 5 years of silence to become a part of. You have to sit there in, like, silence, listening to these teachings while you sat behind a fucking curtain. To him just, like, yapping about math and God for 5 years before you got to be part of, like, the inner circle of his cult. Are you doing math right now? I'm gonna have to leave if you're doing this bitch ass math right now. No. I'm not doing math. I'm trying to remember math. There's a difference.
More chumps. Awesome!
Fuck. See, there's an easier way of getting up here, but I always go for this method, and I can't even remember what the easier way of getting up here is. I didn't sprint. I want it. I don't know why. Why is my sprint not going? I'm not even mantling. Is it over here? Is this the easier section? Yes. Is shit about engineering school? I'm not doing engineering school. Biomedical, like, isn't actually engineering.
Maybe I'll take a breather.
Pro New Game Plus is that you need to add new content to make it actually worth playing. One of my favorite Souls like as New Game Plus, but you can skip any cutscene at any time in New Game Plus. You can change your settings to automatically skip cutscenes in the first place. Yeah, I think having some sort of dialogue skip and shit is important for a New Game Plus. But honestly, I do kind of like how True Vault Hunter mode works in 3. I kind of like that it's not necessary to do whatsoever. It does kind of like help you out because you effectively get a fast travel back to Sanctuary with the... Oh, fuck. You effectively have a fast travel back to Sanctuary at any time because you can just jump between TVHM and NVHM. Do I die here? Again? No, we're good. But I like that I don't have to do it if I don't want to do it. But I also know that is a unpopular opinion. Becomes just a victor. Or there's a certain hold on, I need to catch up on this shit. Also, kind of like how Silent Hill F has done it. There's one ending where there's one ending you're locked into for your first go around. Then any new game disables a certain healing item, and you have serious choices to make when you get to get the other 4 endings. But that's my mindset of games now. Each dollar better equate to at least 1 hour of gameplay. That is pretty cool. So I'm kind of sad that the one life ended before I got to here. There was way less stakes for me to not fuck up that parkour.
Now let's give the people something to listen.
Streamers watch, can't get the Typhon log. Listen, we got there in the end, okay? And as we all know, it's not about the journey. It's about the destination. How's it going, young Venus? Welcome, brother. I feel like being forced to do something makes you not want to do it, but it being optional makes it fun to do if you want to. Like farming for good parts on a gun in an early game or something. Yeah, exactly. That's actually what made me fall off of BL2 when I first played it. It's actually funny because had one of my friends not gotten me back into BL2, I probably never would have gotten nearly as into the Borderlands franchise as I ended up being. Because I beat the game the first time, and I wasn't really used to the, like, this was back before I was used to the idea of, just what Borderlands is and how looter shooters are. I was used to a normal game where you play it once and then maybe replay it again if you want to. But to get to max level, requiring me to play through the entire game again, I was like, what the fuck? And then I was like, I'll do this at some point, but I'm taking a break. And I kind of just took a break for a long-ass time before one of my friends kind of got more into it as well. And so I started playing it again, and then I understood it after the second go-around. And then by the time I saw that there was a third go-around, I was like, whatever. We go. Fuck it, we ball. But, you know, I can definitely see how New Game Plus can be off-putting when it's required, because it was for me. I was very off-put by that shit initially. Yeah, Quatomizer actually fucks now. This thing got some real good buffs to it. Alright, give me the Freeman. God, Warden's one that does feel a lot better with only the one immunity. The immunity at each phase of him is really fucking annoying, or at each segment. They're at least short, though. We got something. Oh, I was gonna say, please give me a Freeman. And he did. He delivers. That's crazy to see the Freeman do less damage than the fucking Quatomizer.
Are you feeling unwell, Vault Hunter? Surely you're up for some shooting, yes?
That is a nice fucking berserker.
I'm free!
Our job here is done. Catch you later, Vaulty Vault! Beat him up!
My thanks, Vault Hunter. I'm not too worse for wear.
Did you know the Freeman is a Bruce Almighty reference because Morgan Freeman is God? True. There's nothing else that it could possibly be a reference to, I think.
That foul creature is my own sister, Aurelia Hammerlock.
How'd your time with BL4 go? BL4 is a good game. There's just not much to do right now, and new playthroughs are a pain in the ass. Missing a lot of content.
Family's rough. I know how you feel. My brothers try to kill me loads of times.
And has like next to no support.
Outlit them all, though. Indeed. I shall rest here a moment and meet you back at the lodge. Now that my safety is secured, I imagine Wainwright has already set plans in motion to retake his family namesake.
Gotta go. I got BL1 to grind because BL1 has more content than BL4. I fucking hate how true that is. As much as I love BL1, it pisses me off. No, it's like fucking BL4 at this point is just potential man of the series. It's so fucking close. I might actually keep that. It's kind of a slapping kielbasa. I should be using that. Fuck the Callipine that I just picked up. I might actually respec, go green tree. Because I kind of really want Nerves of Steel. Well, I should probably wait until I can do... I at least need Violent Momentum for that to really be worthwhile. So I'll need to hit here. I need 6 more points, or 7 more points, because I need 1 more point to get down to there. And then 5 to still dump into Violent Momentum. Or I need 1 more to get down there, 1 point to put in it, and then 5 to dump into Violent Momentum. But I think that will be worth it. I mean, like, I could also just go Headsman's Hand. But Nerves of Steel is more fun. I think it also should be giving me way more crit, right? Because what is this? 1.5 per second up to 15. So 1.5 times 15. 22.5%. Compared to... Wait, no, is this just... This is just way more, isn't it? I think that's been very heavily nerfed. I think in Redux, this is way stronger. Because this is 5 times 5, so... It's 25. So Headsman's Hand is literally more value than Nerves of Steel. That's kind of lame. I think this has been nerfed from Redux. This is still the same. This is 50% either V1 or V2, I think. I don't actually know which one it is. I might still respec to grab Headsman's Hand, though. Because I think that might honestly be... Well, no, Headsman's Hand is more worth it to grab with Death Follows Close. So I'll probably finish maxing out blue. Guess I should actually spend my point. You don't like that 12-hour-long SDU grind? True. It's so much fun driving around for hours just collecting shit to get your fucking SDUs. I love that shit. Yeah, I think the most frustrating thing about BL4 is that it's a good game. It's not such a good basis. They just dumped way too much of their dev time into the open world. And that's why I think open world is likely what killed that game or made it so underwhelming. Because if that dev time just went into making nice detailed maps and actual content for the end game before release, rather than making a big empty open world that you drive around with very underwhelming vehicles. It's an 88. Then I think the game would do a lot better because the story is fine. Not good, not bad. It's fine. It's a Borderlands story. It is what it is. The gameplay is great. Enemies are a bit underwhelming, but again, I'm sure if they had more time to focus on other shit other than the open world, then enemies would probably be okay. BL4 more like Yaplands 4. Dude, genuinely, I feel like fucking, for how much Talking to Lilith gets memed on, BL4 does have a lot of just standing around listening to someone talk. That someone most often being Zadra. Zadra doesn't shut the fuck up. I do really like Zadra. God damn. Yapper.
Vault Hunter, you did right by us, prying Alistair from the fangs of those zealots.
Wait, does this have chain mag? Oh my god, it does have chain mag. Oh my god, this thing's gonna kill.
His word. I'll get you that vault key. But that means both you and I are going into that Harpy's den together. The key's been in my family for generations, but the exact location, well, that's one secret my father took to his grave. You accept Aurelia's invitation and keep her distracted while I search the manor for the key.
The invocation! It must be.
If you must meet with my assistant, I shall
I love playing BO4 to get my Yubi sloppy seconds. Maybe that's why the game feels like they don't have 17 years of experience with this franchise already. Maybe they just outsourced the entire game to Ubisoft. That's why it has no end game. No, actually, I think even fucking Ubisoft games have more end game than 4. I know at least Black Flag did. But that might be a bad example. That's like one of the few actually good Ubisoft games out there. I don't know, what was fucking crazy was, one of the fucking, one of the, like, recess monitors at my elementary school. He was only there for a little bit, so he just did it, like, temporarily. But I talked to him the one day, and dude worked at fucking, I think it was, like, Ubisoft's location in, like, Toronto or some shit, he said. Does Ubisoft even have a location in Toronto? Did this man just lie to me?
So the whore reaches for the cash.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing here, buddy? Go back to your Ubisoft job.
Come to the manor and you'll get your money.
Yeah, no, Ubisoft does have a Toronto location. But you know, he just like worked at Ubisoft and also came and fucking monitored children at recess to make sure they weren't like killing each other. Dude was cool. I did like him. But had I known what I know now, I would have killed him on the spot. I would have ripped his fucking face off. If he was even just like a janitor there. Even as a janitor, he helped that shithole company function long enough to raise the price of video games. How dare you? How's it going, K6? How dare I what? A Lenoche video? Listen, it had to happen. I'm sorry. My disappointment is immeasurable and my days are ruined. Listen, it was gonna happen eventually, alright?
I must say, I admire how the Calypsos convinced every illiterate piece worship them with blind devotion.
If it makes you feel any better, I only have like 20 more videos to do in that series, so it is one of the the last ones. I pushed it off as much as possible.
Go on then.
A man, a monster, waste no time with such quandaries. They both bleed the same.
Actually, you know what? Even then, I think it might have been... Hold on, let me get my list. Let me get my big forgotten list. I think that might be the last COV that I have to do. Oh no, I still have the Krieg guns. But those did a combo video. Oh, and Major Kong. I'm going to do the Major Kong as well. Okay. All right. It's the second last COV video as long as we don't count the combo videos. So I've almost put it off as long as I possibly could, as long as we ignore those factors. Shared your previous video on Twitter and tagged basically everyone at Gearbox and 2K. Hey, I appreciate it. That's actually crazy. Thank you. I wonder that's probably why when I opened it up, I had a whole other selection of notifications today. Like, I mean, that video, it's been pulling numbers since I released it, but the comments had started stagnating, and then I woke up today and it was another 9+ notifications. So I was like, oh man, I need to catch up. Let's hope they salvage BL4. I'm hoping. It would be nice, because, I mean, like I was just saying before you got in here, I don't know if you heard, but I'm like, it's such good bones for a game. They got so much to work with. They just gotta work. Alright, let's see if I pull this off. I fucking didn't jump! Oh, it's over! At this point, it's taken too long. They've lost a lot of players, yeah. I mean, that's the biggest issue. They've really shot themselves in the foot with just time since launch. Because I mean, 4 months in, it's crazy to see. I mean, again, I knew that, like I said in that video, I knew going into it, BL3 had a much more significant patch cycle. It was actually wild to go back and actually look through the patches and shit, and to see just how much more that attention that game got. And like actually reading through them, even like a lot of the comments on that video that I get, or not a lot of them, but one of the major points that I keep saying against it is the idea that BL3 was patched so often because it was a much less balanced game, or like much poorer game and shit. A lot of the patches were just like adjusting shit. Like, it's like, maybe I'm just remembering this wrong, but I did go back and read through it, and it wasn't like major shit was being changed and stuff. Like, the patches were all more, it wasn't like completely bringing up guns that were complete dog shit. It was just making everything more on par with each other while toning down some of the crazier shit. And in those first months, it was only a few, I think the biggest buff was the creeping death at 200%. The more major weapon buffs didn't happen until like Mayhem 2.0. But creeping death got a 200% weapon damage buff. And that thing was still ass. I think Seraphez did a post where he showed like 80% of the changes in 3 were buffs. Yeah, like it was crazy. And again, it wasn't like for a long time, it really like the major buffs, like the giga buffs, they're remembered much more. There really wasn't that many of them. Again, it took until Mayhem 2.0 for them to even start happening, really. And at that point, they were kind of justified. At launch, though, it was a lot more smaller number adjustments. It was nerfing shit down and then bumping shit up that kind of needed it. It wasn't like the game was so horribly balanced that they had a shit ton of things to fix. They were just making things more and more usable. Hey, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Just blows my mind that they keep forgetting lessons learned. That's the biggest thing, again, with the idea that BL4 still just needs more time. It's like, they've had 17 years. You know? There is to an extent where I'm like, it will get better with time, I'm sure, but this game went backwards in so many ways from every single game, pretty much. You've had 17 years of making this franchise to figure something out. And I mean, it's with every game they go back on random shit that you'd think that they'd learn from the past games. But at least, like, BL1 to BL2, there was a lot of good. BL2 to BL3, again, a lot more good. BL3 to BL4, it was kind of, there's like a couple QOL stuff here and there, but a lot more backtracking than the previous ones. Thank you for the follow, too. Trouble needs his AI reworked. Trouble needs more fucking health. They keep buffing Trouble's damage, but that motherfucker needs to not be made of paper. I think he has, like, half the health of Vex's Reapers. Which, you know, have a shit ton of health because they're a melee thing. They kind of take a lot of damage. Trouble, also melee, takes a lot of damage, but cannot survive a lot of damage. I also still can't believe the kill steal stuff with Vex is still a problem. Again, that was something that was solved with Zane pretty damn quickly. And yet, 4 months later, killstone stacking on Vex is probably her biggest downside to most of her meta builds right now. John Better, thank you for the back-to-back banger videos. Time to clock in myself. Alright, have a good one, Tay6. Thanks for stomping on by. I appreciate the support.
Get back here, old man! Try and catch me!
Is Tay6 in your Twitch chat? Yeah, he was. He drops by every once in a while. Been a long time BL3's Forgotten fan, alright? I'm kind of a big deal within the community.
I lost him. Out under the cabaret theaters up ahead. Push through!
0 Point needs to be fundamentally changed in how it interacts with bosses. 0 Point also just needs to hold enemies fucking still. 0 Point would be great for sniper builds if they wouldn't just sit there and rotate. Or wait, are you talking about her action still, or are you talking about the still called 0 Point? Because there's both the action still and the what's it called? There's the action still and the actual still, which I don't even think are in the same tree. Actually, I think it might be worse if they were in the same tree.
Robot policeman closes the door, just open that thing back up.
From at Pirate Software IRL, the Ubisoft Pirate Software. So excited to play BL4 again after waiting for at least a couple years for it to become a decent use of my time. So I knew Ubisoft had they have a big fucking office in Montreal. But I wasn't actually sure. That guy was my only source up until I just Googled it about, wow, that just fucking wrecked him. Holy shit. That lunch monitor was the one guy that, I previously knew, or was, my source for there being a Toronto location. But there is. It kind of looks small and shitty, but I still think about that to this day, because, I mean, as, like, a little baby child that didn't hate Ubisoft yet, I was, like, in awe. I was like, oh, yo, what the fuck? That's crazy, dude. I pogged and, like, pissed my pants, probably, because I was like, I love video games! And you work at the video game place. The video game factory. You're making those things that I play. Did she have a skill called 0 Point? Yeah. Watch. Hold on. This is awesome. This is like the coolest thing. This is how I know that BL4 skill trees were made with love and care. So yeah, you see, she has or wait, am I stupid? I thought she did. It's absolute 0. I might have honestly just fucking. Oh no. Yeah, okay. This is it. Okay, so she has 0 Point. All right, her action skill. All right, and then absolute 0. The skill isn't called 0 Point, but whenever Hollow freezes an enemy, she receives a stack of 0 Point. For every stack of 0 Point, her action skill duration freezes for a short time. So it's not the skill name. But she has 2 things called 0 Point. She gains stacks of 0 Point in Green Tree, but she also has 0 Point in Blue Tree. Love and care. A lot of time really went into designing these things. And definitely not making a huge-ass, big gay open world. Probably gonna drop off BL4 until next month, to be honest. Yeah, I haven't really played BL4 since, Bloom Reaper. And, like, to record footage for the, the last video.
That trapdoor on the stage leads right to my father's study. Hurry, you've got to search it.
I am a nobody within the community. Trust me, it's better that way.
What am I looking for?
I'm not entirely sure.
This community gave me fucking, like, brain worms. There's bugs in my skull, and they are never leaving. There's a whole ecosystem in there.
Of course, he meant record literally. That record's as old as Jacobs Corporation, and
I figured out that Rafa and Amon have a skill called the Thrill. Wait, is that real?
If you wanted to leave me a message, that must be it. Bring it on back to the lodge, Vault Hunter.
I'm not surprised, but is there another fucking example of this? Oh my god, there is. What's also crazy is how, like, half of fucking, Vex's stills just have grave in front of a word.
Leaving so soon? Very well. Let me at least explain myself.
I bought some strong pest repellent. It doesn't work for me anymore.
So you know, I will.
They're lodged in there very, very deep.
And rich people get what they want.
I feel them wriggling between my folds. The folds of my brain, to be clear. Right, I can just fast travel. I don't think there's anything I have to do here. I guess I can find out. Are there any new guns? New guns? Rat Commander, Victory Rush, Pestilence, Alchemist. Cattle. Cattle is the legacy, I think. I mean, let's do a little bit of farming. I also didn't check the anvil. Did the anvil have anything new? RDS is the Sky Bullies. That's new. That seems like it. Oh, Plague Bearer is no longer Mayhem 6. I could just go get a Plague Bearer. I will not be doing that. Also, I don't know if I want to farm the Sky Bullies right now. That might be a later operation. Wrong way. I want a 4 skill tree so we can get a Vex skill called Grave Feet.
Track someone down and pop him.
Better yet, just give me the Grave Foot job. I should probably get my counter up. Yeah. We're farming. Where is it? I should group these. I don't know why I don't have these grouped. Group. Cattle. Well, I guess technically we're on 2. We've killed him twice. I'll start it at 2. Why not? How's it going, Jovi? Welcome, brother. No, what I'd love to see in the patch notes is Harlow's blue tree, Vex's blue and red tree. And I would like to see Rafa get some fucking reworks on his green tree skills. Because right now, Rafa's fucking green tree, or his melee builds in general, are some of the most limiting fucking things ever. There is like 1 skill spec for them. And you need to use 3 out of your 4 SDU slots. Or not SDU, you use 3 out of 4. YouTube chat's loving this. there's a Rafa main in chat right now. But there is a you have to use 3 out of your 4 specializations just to play melee Rafa, and then your 4th is likely to be taken up by fucking now with caffeine anyways. So you kind of just don't really get options with your specializations because Rafa's green tree is built around what are they called? Bare arms and I am a gun. Oops. It's really lame. Eden 6 forever. Eden 666. Dude, I fucking love Eden 6. Gets so much hate, but I love this thing. They've really only been buffing Amon? Yeah, and I'm sure it's not going to continue to be a problem later on. Are you guys ready for the rounds of nerfs to Amon later in the game's life cycle and people to be fucking pissed about it? I'm telling you, Amon is going to be the most cracked character by a mile come level cap increases. Because that's what happened with fucking Mose. Like, Amon is, I think, is in a state where... Oh, no. I need to change my... Okay, hold on. Can I change that? Is that going to be in here? I need to be able to unbind the console. I don't think I can turn that off. Fuck. So I need to rebind my death counter. Or my farm counter. Shit, what the fuck do I make the button? Is that working? Yeah. Okay. Then Mose taught some crazy nerfs and she is still super powerful. Yeah, Mose just became a huge fucking issue. Because she kept getting buffed early on and then major changes happened to the game around her and she became incredibly strong. Well, I mean, like, specifically it was the level caps that kind of made her strong at first. Even before Mayhem scaling. But I'm calling it now. The same thing is going to happen with Amon. Because Amon, like, has some crazy stuff I feel like he'll be able to do in his trees once you can actually manage to reach the certain synergies. It's just a matter of points. Amon's getting a cracked coastal related comm. Was it like found in the files or something? Were you already getting data mine shit? Or are you talking about the new class mod that he got with Bloom Reaper? Or no, that was his action skill one. Dude, what is up with these motherfuckers? This was the same thing that was happening with when I was farming beans. Just drops one gun over and over again. Oh, you're just guessing from him having a shit ton of stacking kill stoves like Vex, yeah. I can't wait for Vex to get a scene dead. Call it the Seeing Grave. Grave dead. The Grave Seeing dead. Another alchemist. I mean, I think a problem for both of them is going to end up being when they, I want to say it's inevitable at this point, but honestly, I have no fucking idea, just given how, underwhelming they have been with actually making Vault Hunters better and fixing their problems. I would like to think that inevitably we're gonna get a fix to Killstone refreshing, to let them actually be refreshable. But really, who fucking knows if that's gonna happen? I would love it to, but who fucking knows? However, if it does happen, that's going to be a big problem for Amon, I think. I feel like Vex would be okay. Doesn't have anything too crazy with her kill skills, but Amon does have some crazy fucking kill skills. And I think they've been continually buffing them. Like, I think his kill skills have been hit with buffs. I think some of them have been hit with multiple buffs. Anyone mentioned some rework for Melee Rafa? I was talking about that, yeah. I specifically, I just think all the shit that gives him, like, gun damage should just give Melee and action style damage. Like, Diamond Hands being one of his best Melee skills, as long as you use the right specializations, is so dumb. I think Diamond Hands could be a really cool skill for a gun build, and I'm like, I kind of like that it's gun, but at the same time, it being potentially useful for very niche gun builds, or for likely niche gun builds, probably doesn't outweigh the fact that I would really enjoy being able to use different specializations on Melee Rafa, instead of being locked into the same 4. Like, it's very clear that there's skills in that tree that are completely balanced around Bare Arms and, not Bullet Train. Bare Arms and I Am a Gun. That's the other one. Amon's Red Tree with Titanium Knuckles is buffing melee and action style damage. See, I'm okay with the action style damage in Rafa's trees, because that specifically is a way that they can, like, buff arc knives instead of just his melee overall. So I kind of understand why he'd have some inherent action style damage in his trees. What I don't get is the gun damage and how much gun damage there is. I do think no matter what they do, like, I Am a Gun is always going to be... Wait, right? I Am a Gun is the one that's, still damage to melee. No. Is that both? I don't fucking remember what it is. The one that converts still damage to melee, that's always going to be strong for Rob, or it might be the other way around. Is it... No, it's gun damage to action still. That's what it is. So yeah, no, they're both gun or based on gun damage. He just shouldn't have gun damage in his green tree if they're gonna balance it specifically around that shit. It's been too long. I'm forgetting what that game even has, or what does what. Diamond Hands would be cool if they made a comp for Rafa that was built around spamming Hurricane Especial. I think it would be cool for, like, a shotgun build or some sort of something like that. But yeah, like, it definitely has potential to be a neat skill. I just do not think it's worth eating your specializations for the potential of it being a cool niche skill. If they don't push the level cap too much, it's very clear that all 3 BLF's update cycle, their ultimate level cap was intended to be 65, but later on they pushed it to 72, and then build concentration really set in. They mentioned that, like, that was something they acknowledged with 3. This was actually something I was glad that they said, because that was a problem that 3 started to face. I think 72 is the absolute upper limit that game could handle. And that's when it started being bad for some players. I think, honestly, for, like, Flak, I think it's fine. Zane, it would be fine if Zane's green tree was good. Unironically, Zane's trees could support level 72 incredibly well. It's just that green tree sucks ass. So you pretty much only have 3 trees to spend those points between. Otherwise, 72 is perfectly fine for Zane. Moe's, it's a huge issue on, because Moe's just has the least amount of skills in the game. Like, Moe's has the cheapest still trees overall. I counted before. But, like, Moe's is problematic at 72 because she has, like, 2 still trees total. 3 for, like, if you're counting iron door trees, right? Amara's, like, kind of in between. Amara's okay at 72, but I think she was definitely much better at, like, 65. But, no, they did kind of acknowledge that at some point with 4. They were like, they built these still trees. They said that they built the still trees with level caps in mind, and then they also, in that same, I think it was like an interview or something, they talked about how, like, they don't want to repeat the issue that 3 had towards the end, where, like, with build compression and shit. And having, like, characters that really just use the same still tree for everything. And, you know, like, what literally just straight up happened in BL2, where every character was able to pretty much get everything that they wanted, with the exception of, what? Krieg? Axton, maybe? I think Axton still has a couple trees. I'm going to see some endgame additions come with future level cap increases. Assuming either happen, I might be huffing copium over its current state. We're getting a level cap increase soon. I'm sure of it. I'll eat my shorts if we don't get a level cap increase with the story DLC. I think 72 is fine for 4. I'm worried if they go up to 80 for 4, though. I think 80 would be great. 80 is definitely 4's upper limit. I think I actually, like... I think 80 was where I found that, it would actually be pretty damn good for them to stop there. I think 80 is ideal. I haven't looked at every skill tree with that, but I think I looked at Vex and Rafa. And, like, just kind of thought about them at 80. I think those two are really good for 80, and I kind of assume it would be the same for Amon and Harlow. Now that I'm like getting a bit more experience, or that I was getting a bit more experience with both of them, I think all those trees could support 80 incredibly well. But no, I think beyond 80, I would say like 85 is the absolute max that I would take BL4. BL2's build diversity was due to feces? Yeah, especially with 80. $85 is crazy. It's honestly not that wild for BL4. Keep in mind, with BL4, you have tier 6 skills that cost 5 points. Which, by the way, I still think is one of the stupidest things done to skill trees. Specifically, the fact that not all tier 5 stills are 5, or tier 6 stills are 5 points. They should either all be 5, they should all just be the same amount of points. I think that they should all be 1 point, but every tier 6 skill should be the same amount of points. Whether that's 1 or 5, having tier 6 fucking skills that are not the same number of points as one another is ridiculous. Now let's think about the XP grind for reaching those levels. Hopefully by then it would be better. Hopefully.
Go on then.
All right. I'm going to give this to 25. And then I'm dipping out of here for now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we getting some dominant shit talk up in here? Dominance is one of fucking Flack's best crowd control skills. Which is really nice for Flack. As well, dominance is a way that you can actually fucking utilize, what is it called? Fucking that still that doesn't work half the time because enemies just pretend to not notice you, but they still actually have target on you when you go into fadeaway. The skull. What the fuck? What is it called? Why can't I think of it? Is it From the Shadows? I don't think it's From the Shadows. Is that what it's called? Hidden Machine. Hidden Machine. Dominance lets you actually use Hidden Machine without needing a Red Fang. Dominance is awesome ever since they made it that you could trigger it on an ADS crit. It sucked ass when you had to melee an enemy, but now that it triggers on ADS, you can, it's a fantastic still. What are some bad 4 capstones? Incarnate capstones are all fucking mid. Are we talking about like actual capstones or are we talking like tier 6 stills? Because there's a lot of really shit tier 6 stills. A lot of them are Vexes.
Man about town.
For example, all the attunement tier 6s are fucking shit, especially because they're 5 points. They'd be fine if they were 1 point, but them being 5 points is fucking insane. Wait, was that? Yeah, it was just a pestilence. I was about to say, what the fuck is wrong with Dominance? Dude, I love Dominance. Seeing all the debacle with still trees and being just short of really cool builds really makes me appreciate TPS for giving you exactly enough points to get all capstones and said trees were balanced around that. Yeah, and with that, like, TPS has crazy build diversity still. Because you can get to all capstones, but you cannot get all the stills that you would want for a build if you do that. Like, to this day, as much as I love BL3 still trees, there is no fucking comparison to BO or to TPS's still trees. TPS's were so intentionally designed and so beautifully laid out. I don't know if we'll ever see still trees that good again. As well, they were so interesting. Like, every still in TPS was something fucking crazy and awesome for the most part. Vex's stupid tier 6 element stills should just be 1 point stills. Exactly. Like, those ones are awful. Especially you compare to, like, I think in one of my videos, the comparison I drew was to El Diablito. Is that the one that gives him, like, elemental ordnance damage from 1 point? Or no, this one's also a 5 point. And yeah, a portion of all fire damage Rafa deals also deals bonus fire ordnance damage. Oh, like, that's just way stronger than whatever the fuck Vex has for 5 points. Like, El Diablito is fucking ridiculously good. And Vex gets elemental damage. And what, like, status with that, I think, too? For that specific element. Y'all make me want to play TPS after work now? Do it. Let the TPS brainworms consume you. Rot in the dirt with all us old-ass motherfuckers that still play TPS. I usually want every still in Athena's shock tree. Exactly. Like, Athena, I think especially, is likely the single best designed Vault Hunter ever. I'm definitely biased because I was a huge Athena main. But just the way that bitch is designed is so incredible. And again, just so intentional. It actually like requires decision making. It's crazy. Oops. Jack and Athena are peak. Jack is a very close second, I think. And I mean, being that he's kind of a proto Zane, I have such a soft spot for Wilhelm. Wilhelm's so fucking cool. Oh, that wasn't Heckle. All fat people look the same to me. Clappy's incredibly well made too. I just can't stand playing him. He's a very interesting character though, and making Claptrap a playable character, I think he's perfect for that. That's why I think genuinely one of the best things that Gearbox could ever do would be to just remake TPS with the BL3 assets and engine and gameplay and shit. Just give us a full fucking TPS remake, give it proper support, give everyone 4 still trees, put takedowns in it, finish off its DLCs, finally give us Luxies. That's my fucking pipe dream for this franchise. I'm telling you, I would never play anything ever again. As much as I say, like, BL3 is my game, like, this is the game that just sucked me in as hard as it possibly could have. The actual one is TPS. The problem is there's nothing to do in TPS. On a BL2 remake like 3, that's also just free money for them. Oh, that was 25. We'll do a couple more. We'll do one more. I would cream if we got a TPS remake with the actual endgame. I'm telling you, it would easily be the best game ever in this franchise. It's also Jack. They'd have Jack. People would have Jack back. People love Jack. People love jacking off. Where are my jackheads at? Who's jacking it in chat right now? Any jackers? Actually, what's a Floodmore? What do we got here? Cosmic Crater. Or yeah, that's the fucking... Ooh, I'm dumb. Ruby's Wrath. The Garcia has a full auto variant, apparently. Serpent's Kiss is from Chunk Stomp. That's another fucking... That's the only thing that Chunk... Or no. Serpent's Kiss is Legacy. Do the Legacy guns even drop right now? Like, I'm wondering if maybe... It doesn't say there's a Mayhem requirement, but maybe they just don't drop currently. Doesn't look like there's anything new other than the Serpent's Kiss. And again, I know the Garcia got a buff, but I don't really want to grind for that right now because it requires specific things. And then, yeah, so the only thing here is also RDS, which is also Legacy. So I think I'm just going to ignore the Legacy ones. They might not be dropping. Like, I might just need to beat the game or something first or be in Mayhem. BO3 leg-locked Arachnica. God, I wish. God, I wish.
So you spoke with my sister and lived to tell the tale.
Never mind the harpy.
Fuck is a Legacy gun? It's a new rarity with this. It's pretty much like a hybrid between 2 guns from previous games, I think is generally the idea. or like a gun from a previous game, or no, it's just a hybrid between like two legendaries. I think that's what it is. It's not just a hybrid tier, but there's also hybrids. Because there's like the transmutator, which I think the transmutator is I think it says on the card it's like a mix of the Tig's boom and the head explosion. I think is what's on the card. I don't know, it's a little goofy. Give me that shit. But it's very cool. A lot of the legacy guns are dope.
I hired a gunslinger named Clay to lend a hand. He's waiting for you outside the town.
I don't know, I'd love to have gotten the kettle, but I also don't want to spend a shit ton of time farming. I want to get through Eden 6. Maybe I'll finish off Eden 6, and then instead of continuing on with the story, assuming I do it in a reasonable amount of time, maybe I just come back through and try to farm more stuff. Try to get the legacy shit. How's it going, Gluto? Welcome, brother.
Slick bastard, that Clay. A smuggler. I don't quite trust him, but he worked for my father, and he just might be our best shot at driving them zealots back into the mud from whence they came.
I think, I don't want to promise anything, but I've been thinking about for the next playthrough after this, which this is probably going to end up being a bit of a longer one, just because I want to do everything. Like, I want to do all the DLCs and shit. There's a lot of new stuff in here.
Over here, Vault Hunter.
But, I think for the next one after this playthrough, I think I want to see if I can load up. I want to go back to the earliest version of BL3 that I can load up. Because I think I do. I want to re-experience it. But I also feel like it'll really help. I could use that as a showcase for any of the doubters. You know, that even at launch, there was so much more to do, and it was in such a better state. I know most of the people that watch my fucking Twitch channel are like, care enough to watch me stream, or the people that like me enough because I probably share all of your exact opinions. No, I probably share more opinions with the people that actually go out of their way to watch my streams than the people that watch the videos with clickable titles, my clickbait. But like, God, I also just kind of miss it, you know? I mean, nostalgia, but early BL3, I remember it as just such a different era. I feel like it would be funny to revisit it.
Weapon shed should be just over here.
Son ad for personal health glucose tracker. I know people take Ozempic for weight loss, but tracking your glucose levels like that just seems like a Brian Johnson levels of insanity. Hold on, I'm being called by my mother. Okay, we back. I mean, see, that just sounds like, it sounds very similar to Ozempic in the sense that that sounds like a product that's meant to, you know, be for diabetes, that's just being marketed towards everyone as a weight loss product.
Freedom ain't free. Costs more than most things. That's what
It's crazy how profitized diabetes is.
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
Carrier meta? I mean, yeah. That's one of the biggest fucking things that would be around for BO3 is the or like the early days of BO3 would be the bonus projectile meta or the bonus element meta because of the fucking projectile shenanigans. Which, by the way, also means what is it? What's it called? Hyperfocus. There we go. Hyperfocus is back on the menu, baby. I probably wouldn't. I don't think I would do like the absolute earliest. I think I'd want to do. I'd probably do a few patches in, just to get some of the. Because I mean, I'd probably be playing Zane. I think I would want some of the Zane patches, so I don't just have to do fucking Green Tree. That's probably. Oh no. Oh no. I've somehow lived. I can still hear my PS4 dying. Trembling in fear of the fucking projectile recursion.
Language ain't as precise as a bullet, but it can be just as deadly in the wrong hands.
Also, I would kind of love to see that effect get like re-implemented in a mod for the modern versions of the game, just because I feel like that would be so fun to play around with some of the newer weapons. I feel like it would especially be funny with Eraser. I would just like to see how that interacts with Eraser, because I think there's a possibility that Eraser would double dip that and reduplicate projectiles with how it works. I think that's potentially what would happen. Fuck. I'm still convinced that Recursion Amara is what put my PS4 in the ground. It probably was. That's very likely. So Borsplosion would be even more of a nuke, that shit build. Dude, Borsplosion with that shit, if that is how it worked, Borsplosion would become fucking, it would make every single gun would become the complex route with Borsplosion. Imagine the complex route nukem. I've been getting ads on YouTube for fucking anabolic steroids. Dude, it's a sign. Start doing anabolics. They're awesome. I mean, see, you're an Arachnica viewer, which means you probably have massive fucking nuts. And anabolics are a great way to naturally reduce your testicle size.
I got this. My time to shine. Firehawk!
Right out of thin air? They can still bleed, though. Let's show them how. Nice fight. That's the last of them.
Eraser with recursion, extra projectiles, and the toboggan. Goodbye, vision.
My iridium seer brothers and sisters. Don't let us down.
Shoot to that death.
The true fucking flashbang Zane.
Brothers and sisters, kill the heretics in the name of the Calypsos, the great Vault Breakers!
Keep your distance. That bandit's got reach. That you know. Bet that long arm will make a nice back scratcher. Just saying. Wait for me. Woo! The fires of the resistance are smoking. Now,
Remember one time I was playing multiplayer with a friend and threw on the avalanche build because I could, and he was just like, "Please don't use that again. I'd like to use my eyes."
you do the honors, Vault Hunter.
See, that was always what was really fun. Or what is always really fun with the viewer runs. It really puts my vision to the test. And my PC.
And the town is ours. I gotta hand it to you, Vault Hunter. You're one smooth operator. But we're not done yet. Looks like the COV kidnapped Dalton. He's being held in an island lockup called Fort Sunshine. I'll stay here and hold the town. You free Dalton. Dalton worked for Wainwright's dad, too. Montgomery Jacobs' personal gunsmith.
Dalton makes the finest firearms on the planet. We can't have his guns ending up in COV hands. We're getting him out. Bet you're wondering how Aurelia Hammerlock got all mixed up with the children of the Vault. Before the invasion, I found out she was spying on our brother. Aurelia gave the Calypsos all they needed.
Sick fucking wheelie.
Aurelia claims she knew where the Vault Key was too. Only she didn't. Turns out there's some secrets money came by.
He got stuck. Must have been that big old rump. Yeah, my new friend is gonna have some thick rear paneling. If you want that looty, you better have an armored booty. That's that was thick with two seats, by the way.
You should back away. Heretic! Songs about that one.
Hey sis, the Vault Thief's trying to rescue that gunsmith you snatched. Do your thing! The teleporty thing.
Yeah, sure. But because I want to, not because you asked.
Whatever, just do it already.
Like, see how much nicer it is keeping kill stalls up when they fucking refresh? It's possible! Crazy!
No going in that way, Clay. Is there another way? Maybe by the bay? What do you say?
Best in multiplayer is playing as Clappy and running Torg Fiesta and killing all your friends with it.
There's an old lookout nearby that might offer a nice vantage.
So absolutely refuse to play the snowshoe spark plug Moe's builds. I fucking love them.
Reminds me why I kept you alive.
They're effectively just Borsplosion, but funny.
Don't be like that. We're having
I like
fun,
funny Borsplosion.
right?
Borsplosion isn't funny because it's just lame.
What about that crane thingy up there, eh?
Good idea. That'll do nicely. Unfortunately, it'll be a bit of a bear to get to it. You'll have to go through the lumber yard. And that's COV Central. I'll make sure the door's open by the time you get there.
I mean, where is this going? Gotta choose your next words carefully. A hard milk candy. Interesting. The fuck is this song? This is Bra Moment by fuck, what's his name? Young Nugget.
Fight on through there and find a way up to those shipping cranes. There must be a loading dock up there somewhere.
I swear, you guys not a fan? You not not a Young Nugget kind of people? Man, I'm really fucking that plant up.
Shoulder shooter's empty. This is my moment. Wanna think twice next time. Didn't anyone teach you how to fight?
This song made me feel like I was getting flashbanged. Man, I love Sticky Torg. Dude, fucking BO4 is making me get Sticky Torged out. I didn't think it was possible. I also love Sticky Torgs, but
Yes, I'll come back later.
dear God. I mean, I love BO4's meta. I love having Sticky Torg Daedalus shotgun on literally everything that can have it, and on anything that can't, Jacob's Atlas. It's so much fun!
If you woke up ready to enjoy a non-standard and incredibly dangerous conveyance, today's your lucky day. 'Cause it's time to ride the rails. Hop on up on one of those things and take straight to Fort Sunshine.
Chili recipe ties with me.
Bet it's quite a few up there.
Again, fucking Pearl Farming is gonna be awesome.
Hellhole of a prison
If
island,
they
but
can
that
roll
don't
even
mean
one
you
licensed
can't
part, it's gonna be so much fun.
you know?
You'll have to excuse Ty.
BL4, the underbarrel simulator. I mean, it's literally just like with BL4, your item card doesn't even matter. The top half of your item card doesn't even matter.
Anything she could get her
The only thing that matters is what rolls in those bottom slots.
mom died. That one's sorta on Tyrene.
And again, for all the fucking focus that that game has on parts, it's so cool that there's no part breakdown.
But he saw Tyrene as a monster. turd didn't get is that these days, a freak with an echo stream can be a
See, I really like this moment with Troy. I think, that's part of why I feel like the twins get way too much hate, is because there are multiple moments like that where, like, they do kind of drop the act a little bit. And I think that's one of my, like, favorite moments of the twins there.
I was made for this.
Like, a big complaint I hear about them is that they're 24/7 annoying as hell. And I'm like, they are, which is kind of the point of them. But during, like, there are moments where they aren't, and I think it's always really fucking good when they aren't. Like, Tyrene towards the end of the game, I think, is fucking killer, dude. That's why I really think Troy should have survived to be the final boss instead. I fully agree. I think that would have been way better. But at the same time, again, I do really like Tyrene towards the end. But also, like, you could literally just have the game play out the exact same way, just with Troy killing Tyrene instead, and then Troy doing pretty much everything that Tyrene does in the end of the game. But I mean, like, just the entirety of Eden 6, I think, is such a good segment for Troy.
This reminds me of Sudi. You're it now.
One isn't on Spotify, sadly. It's alright, I'll play it. I just need to lower it. Did you send me a fucking 6ix9ine song? I need to lower that more. I think that still seems loud. Why does that seem so loud? I think that's alright. Honestly, I think the reason is because they wanted both a Troy fight and a Tyrene fight. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why they ended up having her stick around.
It's been real, Vault Thief.
Which, to be fair, I do really like the Tyrene fight, but it would not have made it worse if it was literally just Troy instead. I wouldn't want to fuck it as much, but, like, you know, that's a price I'd be willing to pay. I can't tell what's being said, but I also can't tell if I should be playing this. I'm gonna be honest. I can't tell if that's okay for me to be playing on Twitch with the few things I did pick out. I don't know. I really tried to turn it down. It doesn't even sound as loud coming through my headset. I'll refund your points.
Guns belong in Jacob's hands. Have this. Key to my personal weapons cache.
Could have both fights, but maybe have one twin kill the other twin in the following cutscene to finish the job. Yeah, but, like, with what's happening, I think, like, the problem is with the Troy fight, like, that's the time that he would kill Tyrene. And you can't really fight Tyrene in that instance. Like, there would definitely need to be some retooling of that, which, like, not that that's impossible, but, I don't know. I think there is pros and cons to Troy and Tyrene, whichever one ends up being the one that survives. I do just think that with Troy, it's a lot more interesting if he's the one that survives. Oh, fuck. Wait. Shit. Hold on. I need to record this. I almost forgot. Let me, I gotta get that clip.
Nice work, Vault Hunter. Point you at a thing, and it gets done.
Oh, right. It's gonna have the fucking item card on, or it's gonna have the fucking thingy on the card. Whatever. It's fine.
I gotta tell you,
It's only slightly not vanilla.
Seen darkness and savagery you wouldn't believe. But those Calypso twins and their followers, there's something else. Someone's gotta stop them. And I'm thinking it just might be you. Be seeing you, Vault Hunter.
Okay, cool. Let's give it a try. I do always really like the Hand of Glory. I don't know if I really need Fire Ray right now with the guns that I'm using. Be a cool hand. That song is terrible. I've made all my friends listen to it. Why do you hate your friends? Recording file corrupted. You know, it's funny, I hit record and I realized I might actually have a clip of getting the Hand of Glory already. Let me check.
It's the hero of Reliance. That'll make the history books.
No, I don't actually. Okay.
If I stand about
Thought I might have gotten it during my flat playthrough.
joints may begin to rust. Hard to sneak up on prey with a squeaking prosthetic.
Did I not talk to him? I just realized it hadn't updated yet.
Good show, Vault Hunter.
Thought he was yapping.
Certainly gave those bandits a walloping.
Ugh.
Walloping! Love that word. Gonna use that. Walloping.
While you freed Reliance from the grip of those COV devils, I got that damn record contraption working. Let's find out where the vault key's hidden.
See, here, just speaking of missed potential.
Anyone says, swamp
God, I'm still so mad about RJ.
Straight from the pair.
I'm so mad that he just gets tacked on to a fucking the end of the main boss fight. He should have been saved for a DLC. One of the best fucking antagonists I think Gearbox has ever written. And they just kill him off in a fucking gay-ass tiny little fight after the main incredible boss fight. I'm gonna get going. Alright, have a good one, Ash. Thanks for stomping on by, brother.
Yard and a family jewel. That's where you'll find the key.
That pissed me off so fucking much, though.
The Jacobs
RJ was
tree
so
for
good.
centuries. Don't let it fall now.
I found it really out of character how he was acting like he was having fun while taunting the player towards the end. Yeah, I feel like the way RJ was handled towards the end was a little odd.
Rod's chewing through me like pig through a
It really felt like they had this really cool character that they introduced, and then they realized that they had to wrap up the game, and so they had to just have him die. Which, I don't know. I like RJ was such a good presence and such a good execution of like. Again, I don't know. I think I might be a little bit biased towards how much I love RJ, just because I fell into the trap of RJ. I fell into forgetting RJ so hard and like making fun of his death during my stream and shit. Like I made fun of how underwhelming that death was. And I just completely forgot about the motherfucker so hard, and it hit so hard when his whole thing was just like, you leave so many people dead in your fucking wake, and you don't remember any of them. I'm like, it was so good. It's such a good idea for a character, and such a good execution of doing that, because it is such an underwhelming death of a character that they make it feel like you're supposed to care about him, and then they just kill him like it's nothing, and then but it's like, it feels like you're supposed to care, but it's set up in such a good way where you just don't. And it feels bad at first, like but the payoff of having such an underwhelming character death, for that to be the entire point of that character's death, it's fucking genius, man. And then they just actually do nothing with him and actually give him such an underwhelming death at the end. When you have such a cool character, save him. If you need to wrap up the game, wrap up the game. Bring that character back later on. There was no reason that RJ had to be wrapped up in the main story. I'm hoping RJ comes back in 5 or something. I think he should have been a DLC. I think 100% he should have been the main antagonist of a DLC. He was more than good enough to be one.
Unless you know where the family jewel is, shut your face.
And he's just a footnote to the final boss. Which, with how shit that entire section was with RJ, it kind of made me like the Timekeeper's boss fight less. Despite being probably the single best boss fight in the series, having that final fight be tainted with just, like, spitting on RJ, as in, like, you literally just have to spit on RJ and he dies. And that's the actual final fight to that game, right after the single best boss fight the franchise has ever had. Yeah, it sucks. It hurts. Could have been the next Jack, to be honest. I think so. Like, he had the potential. He was an incredibly well-written character. And again, just so Borderlands in the fact that it literally, like, it uses... It's meta. Like, he's a very meta character in how he's set up. Like I said, it's set up intentionally to be a very poor execution of a character death where you feel like you're supposed to care, but you just don't. Because you're given no time with this character. He's so generic, just like so positive, upbeat guy, like optimistic character that just ends up dying in a way that's supposed to feel tragic. It's so well done in the meta aspects of his character, and that's such a Borderlands way to create something like that. Genuinely, I think RJ is one of the best written characters and best made characters in the franchise. It's literally TPS levels of writing for that character that they do jack shit with. Hope we get a 3rd campaign DLC to set up 5. The fact we didn't get it with 3 makes me think we probably will not be. We definitely will not be getting it with fucking 4. I mean, I saw it in the comments on that video, but someone said that they highly doubt that with the way that 4 is trending, that we're going to be seeing a 2nd season pass, let alone 2 years of support. And yeah, I really think it's hard to say that we're going to be getting 2 years worth of support. I think we're going to see the Wonderland support cycle. We'll get like almost a year. They'll release all the content and then that'll be that. We're getting 1 season pass and that's going to be the game. We did, though, the director's cut sets up for. Yeah, but that was a 2nd season pass. I thought you were talking more like Fight for Sanctuary, where it was like a DLC that just kind of dropped towards the, like, as a part of the release cycle of the next game. I don't think we're going to be getting fucking anything like Ava. Because again, the only reason that shit happened was that the game did so well to warrant a second season pass. I don't know if that's going to be happening. Unless the second DLC just is to set up 4, or to set up 5. Like, the second DLC might be lore, like mainline lore, but I kind of doubt it. I guess we'll see with the first DLC. Like, if the first DLC does tie into, like, mainline lore, then I could see the second one also doing that, but usually the story DLCs are side things. I feel like the Hand of Glory really suffers from the game giving you the traitor's death like 2 missions later. Does it get any time to shine before it gets completely outstayed by a purple with a more interesting, unique effect? Yeah. I mean, Hand of Glory also kind of falls off during this mission. The Hand of Glory does not have the stats to keep up for very long. Which is funny because at endgame, I think it's actually decent. I know at least at the endgame in Mayhem 4, the Hand of Glory was actually okay. Like, weirdly so. I don't know how it is Mayhem 2.0 and beyond, but...
I'm on fire! But not literally.
Just the double tap of it, though, is very satisfying. Feels like way more rats than there usually are in this area. They just keep coming. Kind of funny how even, like, Ratch, I think, are more interesting enemies than anything in BO4. Having an enemy that, like, literally grows stronger because there's more of it dead around itself is a really neat idea. I think the concept is a little bit underutilized with how, like, Ratch end up being. But, I mean, even just as simple as they are, that's cooler than most of the enemies in BO4. They're so boring. Second season pass rides on how well Vault of the Damned and DLC 2 do. The creeps are kind of cool. Creeps are kind of neat. I think creeps are probably the most well-designed enemies because there's, like, a lot more variety in them. The problem is creeps can be... Some of the creeps are really fucking annoying. I like the pangolins. I like finally seeing the pangolins in a game. Because, like, we knew that pangolins must have existed in this universe. Based on the fact that, like, Pangolin the manufacturer exists. I feel like they're kind of lame, though. I just, like, didn't really feel like that. They're cute, but I don't know if the pangolins really did much. This is my problem with them.
Man, I have clearance. I'm the navigator.
Error. Entity Balex classified as an unlovable idiot who never satisfied anyone.
Hey, how's it going, Abdul? Timekeeper's wasted potential. I think Timekeeper's, like, fine for what he is. I think the problem with Timekeeper is just that the way the game itself works does a disservice to that kind of character. If that makes sense. I feel like for what BO4 is, they kind of did the best that they could with the Timekeeper. I think it's another thing that just open world ended up making kind of underwhelming. Like, I think if you get to follow more of a linear thing, then the Timekeeper would probably be able to shine a bit more than he does. Because I think as a character, the Timekeeper's cool. And is, like, pretty well done. But I think the fact that it's open world kind of, it goes against the whole thing of the planet being a prison. Because, like, it's a prison, but he's not just allowing you to do everything because, as long as your goals are lining up. Because that's the whole thing. The reason he lets you, he, like, takes you off the leash, so to speak, is because you want to kill the same people that he wants dead. But that feels a little contrived. A little convenient. A little bit lame. But, like, it kind of has to be that way. With how 4 works as a game. Again, it's another thing that I think open world just kind of brings down. I think having more of a linear setup would make the Timekeeper work, and that concept work significantly better, and let you have more options with how it's actually happening. You know? Like, with a linear game, you can have the Timekeeper actually get involved to stop you if you start doing something that he is no longer happy with. In an open world game, he kind of can't do that. So he kind of just ends up playing such a background role up until the final act. And then during the final act, it kind of just has to Deus Ex Machina your ass into suddenly being able to fight back. And suddenly the thing on your spine doesn't actually have control over you anymore. And you fought back because he wanted you to shoot yourself in the head finally because you ran your course. I'm like, that was just dumb. Like, that entire thing is stupid. But in something more linear, I feel like you can kind of have that work out a bit better. Like, you can do something more than just, well, suddenly you don't actually, or you suddenly aren't actually under his control. You better have something else actually happen, probably.
We're coming up on the security hole. It'll be right around. Oh, crap. I'm navigating again. You know what? You find it.
Also did a disservice to Lilith in BO4. I just don't know why Lilith is in BO4. I don't think there's a fucking purpose for her to be in 4 yet.
There's the door to the security hole, and Genevieve's barricaded it. My medbot clearance.
Like, honestly, I think there should have been a game before we got to Lilith. I think Lilith only should have returned in, like, BL5 or some shit. I think Lilith has kind of run her course for what she can currently do for the story. I mean, BL3 is kind of like a really great wrap-up to her character. The problem here is Ava, right? As in, not that Ava's a problematic character. The problem is that everyone hated Ava. Which, like, again, is fair. The reason Ava's so hated is because her character takes such a backseat, and her character development, while it does happen, because it does happen, there is actual character development Ava, most of it just does not happen in the main story. Most of it happens either in the background, in side quests, or in fucking interactions that you can just straight up run by, like, or ignore. Ava does evolve as a character. And it's a very good character arc, and Ava's set up as a good character. She's just annoying and underutilized as a character, and it makes her a lot lesser of a character because of how the story plays out around her. But like, the way that BL4 should have been, what it should have been was, it should have been an opportunity to show Ava actually taking up Lilith's role as commander. And I think there should have been a DLC like Commander Lilith was for 2 to lead up to 4, where you kind of get to see Ava struggle through being a leader and, like, actually taking up the role that she had been effectively trained by 3 to take up with the help of Tannis. I think another DLC for 3 would have been the perfect opportunity to do that. And then I think by BL4, she should be, like, a little bit fucking hardened. Like, BL4, I think would be, it like, should be showing a hardened Ava in that commander role and having her actually lead some sort of proper mission with the Vault Hunters still being just, you know, bounty hunter criminals, pretty much, that are in it for money, as they've always been. And then the game is about Ava. Again, you've never been the main character in a fucking Borderlands game. The closest you get is BL1. And even then, you're in it for money. You're in it for fame and money. You're just another bounty hunter. You're just a really good one. But, having Lilith come back so early, it's gonna make it really weird. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with Ava at this point. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Ava just never shows her fucking face again in the franchise, which is gonna be retarded. BL3 was the perfect send-off to Lilith. I don't think it should have been forever. But Lilith should not be the leader of the Crimson Raiders anymore after 3. 3 shows just all of her faults as a leader. That's the entire point of 3, is to show that Lilith is actually a dog shit leader. The only reason that she leads the Crimson Raiders is because of her power. And because of how strong she is. She's not a good decision maker. She sucks at managing a team. She cannot fucking keep morale for the life of her. Lilith is worthless, dude. Worthless. Justice for Ava, real. Having Lilith and BL4 from beating the game just feels like a disservice to Ava's murder mysteries. Yeah. I mean, Amara was supposed to be Ava in 4. Even if Amara was Ava in 4, I don't think it is better. You know? Like, assuming that Amara's section is 1-to-1 what Ava's section in that game would have been, I think that's almost worse for Ava as a character. Because it still shows that she's just such a fucking cuck to Lilith. Like, it makes more sense that Ava would be a cuck to Lilith than Amara being a cuck to Lilith. Which is what makes me think that it would just 1-for-1 have still been that same plot, but just with Ava fucking swapped in instead. And again, I don't think that's better, because that's still Lilith. I do not think Lilith should have returned in 4. But to see what I mean, Hand of Glory falls off very quick. But like Ava should actually be the commander of the Crimson Raiders. Like, she should actually have stepped up into this leader role. And she should have been given the opportunity to actually do so with BL4. Actually going out and finding Lilith should not have happened until fucking BL5. She's run her goddamn course. She's washed. She was an awkward teen that was done dirty by very awkward writing? Yeah, exactly. Making her leader was the weirdest choice? I don't think it is. I think it's the logical choice for what they did with her. The whole thing with Ava and Lilith is that they're like complete mirrors of each other. The big difference is, and this is like the entire point of Ava's character and the entire point of BL3, is that Ava goes through and makes the same mistakes that Lilith did in BL2. And like everywhere. She goes through the hopeful Vault Hunter at the start. She goes through being way too eager and way too full of herself and getting someone that she cares about killed. She goes through, like, all this fucking shit. She goes through leading a fucking charge and, like, actually having that responsibility. But she does all this shit while being way more inexperienced and through most of it not having powers. Lilith was able to carry herself through all this shit while being one of the strongest beings in the fucking galaxy. Or in the universe. She was a fucking siren through all of the mistakes that she made. Through everything. She was able to fucking do that. And BL3 takes her powers away. And shows that Lilith doesn't know how to be a leader without her powers. Lilith sucks ass at being just a normal motherfucker. And being a functioning leader. if she doesn't have literal god powers. Ava's set up to mirror the entire character arc of Lilith, but learning to how to deal with that shit while being a normal fucking person. While not having god powers to get her out of shit. To fall back on when she fucks up. Ava's gonna be a playable character and Tannis is a better leader. Yeah, that's what it should have been. Like, BL4 or there should have been a DLC where Tannis is like taking up the mantle of mentor for Ava. Like, Ava was given the leader role, but that doesn't mean she's like necessarily actually going to be the leader, because Tannis would not be a good leader. I don't think Tannis wouldn't lead for shit. But Tannis would be a great mentor for how to be leader. Because Tannis was like a second in command pretty much to Lilith. Like, she was second seat, you know? Like, right there along the whole thing. Tannis would be a fantastic mentor, both for being like a Siren mentor, but also being a mentor for how she can fill the shoes that Lilith left. And that's something that would be great to be explored in one more DLC to tie between BL3 and what BL4 could have been, with BL4 showing her having actually come into that role and actually leading the charge effectively and leading a mission and being an actual well-rounded commander.
What's next then?
Instead, she's not present in 4 at all, and we just get Lilith back. Which I feel like, again, depending on how they end up doing Lilith, if she just returns to being in command of the Crimson Raiders, dude, it like, BL3 is completely gone from the entire timeline at that point. There's no purpose to any of the character development that happens in 3 if Lilith just is found and is immediately the fucking leader again. So I really hope that's at least not what happens, but even then, I feel like there really should have just been a whole game without Lilith. And I mean, I feel like that was something along those lines was probably the original plan. I mean, it was obviously the original plan to have Ava become the leader and to take on that role. Because again, that's like, did I not hit that? That's like the entire purpose of 3, so it feels so shit that they just immediately go and fucking bring her back, but that's probably because of all the pushback that 3 got. All because boomers can't handle the current generation of cringe humor. The cut shit with Ava in 3 really fucks up her character. Yeah. And I think, I understand why they might have been hesitant to give Ava more of a focus in 3. Because they're introducing this new character who's now supposed to be growing into the new leader. Like, it's a bit much for one character that just shows up and does this. And so I can imagine they didn't want the entire game to revolve around Lilith and this new character, because like that might feel a little weird. I think it's a mistake not to do that for what Ava is. I think it could have been done perfectly fine. But what they ended up doing was the Gearbox classic of overcorrecting into the opposite direction, and pretty much all of Ava's character development happens off screen and in the background. And so we end up with these huge jumps in Ava's development that if you really pay attention, like, there are things that happen in the game that, like, you can kind of see this development happening as it happens, but it takes such a back seat to everything that you really have to be paying attention to, like, Ava's character and shit to actually be noticing this stuff. Which, again, that's the Gearbox way. Overcorrecting in every way that they possibly can. Yo, Revengeinator's a fucking legendary now. Kinda dope. Protuberance. Chain mag. Oh! I say that even though I know the protuberance is not the current protuberance, but I mean... Oh, wait. Oh my god, Chain Mag's making this really different. What the fuck? Okay, interesting. I wonder if that's still sticky. What do you expect from the first DLC for BO4? It's gonna be probably good. I imagine it's gonna be just the same as any other DLC. I don't really expect it to add too much to, like, the main narrative, and I don't really expect it to add too much replayable content-wise. Probably gonna be a really good story DLC. Lilith shouldn't have been the leader either, but that's a whole other rant I don't want to go on. Hate how Lilith is basically the main character of the series. It shafts every other player character from actually having a bigger impact on the story. Instead, it always ends up being report to Lilith sim. I mean, that's the game, though. Like, that's why I don't like about 4 is that the Vault Hunters are a main, or like the main character. I think it makes it feel like every other game I ever play. I don't think Lilith necessarily should have been the leader either. But I don't think the Vault Hunter should be the main character. I really enjoy that in all the games, except for 4 now, the Vault Hunters take a back seat. You're just a goon. I really like playing a goon. I love the idea of just playing fucking fodder. That you go out and do the dirty work. I think that's really fun. And it's part of what makes the series much more unique in my eyes. So it is just impact. It kind of feels worse with the Chain Mag. They inversed the protuberance. Previously, you wanted Chain Mag. I think I don't want Chain Mag. I'm gonna fucking go down. I think that's part of what makes BO4 feel even more generic to me. It's kind of just, it's missing that sauce. It's missing a lot of the smaller details about the Borderlands franchise that makes it feel like Borderlands to me. Lilith just felt kind of shoehorned in at the last moment. I feel she probably was. Like, it was probably, they probably had a very different idea of how that game was going to play out initially, but then with all the fucking Ava hate, they were kind of like, oh, that's not even, I was shooting Balex. Oh, the Ava hate, they were like, well, I guess we can't go through our plan with this character. Because clearly this character's unredeemable, as the internet says. Even though, like, at her core, she's actually a good character, just written like shit, with the story kind of dancing around her. But again, that's Gearbox. They really like overcorrecting. God, I forgot about how tough the fucking Genevieve fight can be. When you don't just annihilate her. Bitch throws so much shit at you. Get ammo back? No. That was a big one. There we go. All right.
Goodbye, Genevieve. You suck, and I hated you.
I will reword that. When I say PC, I mean every PC. It can still be a goon sim, but I don't know if that's the word you want to use. As much as I would love a BL4 goon sim, but goddamn, have someone else we played as have an impact like Lilith. Yeah, no, I agree. I think like post actually playing as them, having the Vault Hunters like go back. Ooh, she actually drops the fucking messy breakup again. That was another one that got weirdly moved. I forgot about that because that drops from fucking Rax and Max now. That'll be fun.
Now come pick me up.
You know, I think as we're playing as them, I really enjoy the way it used to be.
Fragment of Eden 6's vault key. Bring it to me aboard.
I'm really not a huge fan of the role that the Vault Hunter was taken for. I don't like feeling like a hero in these games. I like more of the gray area characters. Let me be like good because I have to, not just because, man, I really want to save this planet. Which, like, they kind of almost had the idea of that, right? Like, it felt like they were going there, and that's why the Vault Hunters got implanted. But the Vault Hunters don't act like they're just doing it because they want to not fucking be under this guy's control. It's more that they act like, well, I just so happen to also have this thing in my neck, but I also just want to help these people. That's cringe. Didn't feel very Borderlands.
Hey, cutie idiots. I like your ship. Not as well armed as the family jewel, but I think I'll fit right in here once.
You know what I think would be funny as shit? You go through the stuff leading into them reintroducing Lilith into BL4, and then they just put Brick there instead. Would have been hilarious. Yeah, BL4 needs more B team.
What is going on? Are we under attack? Abandon the ship! Robots and children first!
Man, where the fuck is that guy going? Guy's just running.
Look at this. I'm on fire! But not literally.
I'm going to fly you, the key fragment, and your whole ship to Aurelia. And once she rewards me with a dreadnought.
New Vault Hunter named Cash for BL4 I think is going to be great. He looks really cool. I'm very excited for Cash.
I've always wanted to take a vacation.
So remember in 2019 I got a level 14 corrosive protuberance that dealt so much damage that it carried me through to the ending. Yeah, no, the vanilla protuberances are fucking crazy.
You can't hurt her from here. I gotta go in myself. Plug me in.
Oh, Cash dialogue is like that. He's just like, I want to like find cursed magic stuff. Leave me alone, please. I really hope that there ends up being some sort of connection between Cash and Flack. I know, like, pretty much the only thing connecting them is the fact that their robots look somewhat similar-ish and have a 4 in their name in place of an A, but I hope they're, like, the same product line or something. Like, I feel like it would be funny if they expand on that lore, where that, like, product line of robots just ended up having, being, like, such a fucking mess that they just all end up eventually gaining sentience and getting an autistic fixation. Flax was like animals, and Cash is gambling.
I think I have a good use for that combat AI. Bring her to me.
Alright, now go put her in something where she can't screw up anything. Like a toilet. Or a broken toilet.
Aha! I know just the one.
Now that we are past that nonsense, bring the key fragment to me.
Vault Hunters need to carry a lot of stuff. Carry more with an SDU.
Good doing business with you.
Sounds like Cash will have a connection to the weird Xylurgo's curse magic shit. Well, I fucking thought Amon was going to, but I don't know if he does, right? I don't remember really hearing much in any echo logs or anything about that. But it seems like that's what that cult was that he was a part of. Like, it literally used the models of the guys in his, thing. I do want to try the protuberance on something not stupidly tanky. But it seemed like that was what they were setting up that cult to be. But I don't think we actually got any more lore with that in 4, which disappointed the hell out of me.
It was all me. I'm gonna stick around. The ship is tight.
So Sanctuary has a voice now. Sure, why not?
Randy Pitchford just needs to stop tweeting. They need to get that motherfucker off Twitter. We'll use it. Why not? I'm a big Omni loader head.
Archimedes, you there? Smooth operator. Glad you're here, because I could use a hand. See, I used to run with a smuggling crew called the Rogues. Well, I called them in to find the key fragment, and they did. Infiltrated the COV and went deep undercover. So deep that now I can't get a hold of those bastards. So I need you to track them down. Here, take this. We call that the Rogue site. Guess what it does?
Makes people's brains explode?
We're also gonna do the rock side quest, I think, because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the guy that actually is supposed to be dropping the Thunderfire, which hopefully means that I'll have a much better chance of getting it.
Like I said, the Rogues are running counter ops against the COV on the Rogue site.
I hit some loot nearby. Go on, give the rogue side a whirl. Just look through the scope.
You have the capacity to farm all legendaries in BO3. Do you mean like backpack, or do you just mean like, have I farmed all the legendaries in 3? Backpack capacity, absolutely not. I think backpack capacity, you have, is it 50 or 70 at max? I think it's 50, right? There's like over 200 legendaries. I think there's almost 300.
Cram a bunch of puppies in an orphanage and burn it to the ground. It's a dilemma. What's gonna keep the offerings flowing? Oh, Ty.
Okay, so this does kind of hit. It's almost like a fucking slug shotgun. Oops.
Love it.
Wrong
Run,
button.
Superfan. The Great Vault beckons. We'll be gods soon, bitches. Later.
One of my crew must have left something nearby. Look down the rogue site scope and you'll find it.
Wasn't so hard now, was it?
Doesn't feel as... I think I prefer it without the chain mag. Like, it does still feel really good. But with the chain mag, it just slaps. Or without the chain mag, it slaps. Your series of underrated legendaries is over 200. There's a lot of legendaries. Yeah, I think as of today, the Lenoge was 225. And I still have more videos to do. Some of those are multi-part videos. Like multi-gun videos.
I'm on fire!
And then there's all the legendaries that I haven't covered in that. So I think there's probably well over 300 legendaries in BL3, which is fucking crazy. I think it's possible to have all legendaries of a given manufacturer in inventory at once. I've done that a couple times for Allegiance runs, but a full inventory of legendaries isn't possible. It depends on the manufacturer. I don't think you can do it for Jacobs. I'm pretty sure I was unable to do it for Torg. But I think I was able to do it for Hyperion. I'm gonna have to pull it out. I can't throw. Wait, no, I got this. There we go.
All right. Next stop.
Escape, dude. Fun fact to anyone who may have not known, throwing a grenade in that section, no matter what kind of grenade, pretty much, and when it explodes, it just annihilates all of the targets.
Welcome to the Amber Mine.
I don't know why.
Today,
That's been like that like since release.
line the swamp with oil rigs, but now it's just an oily graveyard. Anyway, the rogue base should be up ahead. We need to make contact with my.
Did I firm it? Yeah, no, I've gotten every single legendary gun probably multiple times. Did you use Unkempt Herald in BO3, and what do you think about it? The Herald is better than it was in BO2. I feel like I hear that a lot, and I also see a lot of people like that's a pretty common consensus. But I see a lot of people confused as to why and how whenever I see it get brought up. And so it's context, okay? The Herald in BO3 is so much better than the Herald in BO2, but in BO2, the Herald was just one of the craziest guns overall. It was super easy to farm, especially early on. And it was just so much more powerful than a lot of other weapons. In BO3, the Herald is way better than it was in BO2, but there is a lot more variety in BO2 legendaries that are incredibly good. So the Herald in 3 has a lot more competition than it did in 2. But just like as a gun within the meta and how BO3 is, it's so much better than it was in 2. Hey guys, don't forget to do your taxes. No. Forget to do your taxes. Get it twisted. Forget to do your taxes. They make enough money from everyone else doing their taxes. You don't need to do your taxes. Everyone else is carrying it for you. You're good. I wish it would work for the next section. I always end up having to pull out the rogue site for the second section. Yeah, me too. The second set of them is just in such a goofy fucking spot. We'll see if I can remember. I'll give it a try. You can do it if you have a foursome. Get early, you're lucky and get an early Devil's foursome. This is the splash radius on it is big enough to cover the entire area. But unfortunately, the foursome farm is actually just beyond this, so you can't even farm for one to prepare. Use it, need it world dropped. I think, okay. It's on one of the branches, like here. Or here. Or here. I don't get it. I swear it's here. It's like right here. There it is! I did it! No rogue site needed. You don't do your taxes, Ronald McDonald will find you. You get banished to the Ronald, the Ronald McDonald houses, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's what they're called. You go to his house.
Reminds me of my first piano recital.
Damn, that's Cassie. Best smuggler in the rogues. At least she was. Forget his name, but guess it don't matter now. Ain't gonna put the candy back in that pinata. Grab a security ID, Vault Hunter. We might need it.
Actually, did have a lucky foursome. It didn't work. It's so weird. Maybe those ones just don't get hit by splash then. Because I think that should be a big enough radius to fucking cover everything. I don't know. The real test, I guess, would be a flacker. Lyuda still slaps in 3? It does. The Lyuda is actually kind of funny because it's similar to the Herald in that the context of 3 kind of has more of an effect on where it is in the meta rather than what it actually does and like its stats. With the Lyuda's both better and worse than it was in BL2. I think the Lyuda is a lot harder to slot into a build than you could do it into. Like, the Lyuda was very plug and play in BL2. But in 3, if you fully build around the Lyuda, I think it has a higher max potential than it did in BL2. Like, you fully build for the Lyuda, I think it can do way more than it could ever do in 2, but you have to build for it. You can't really just slap it in as effectively. Okay, you don't have to build for it, but it's not nearly as effective as a plug-and-play gun as it was in 2.
Looks like whoever killed my rogues was smart enough to take the rest of their IDs. Good thing I still got a few live agents in the field. You'll need to get their IDs before we can activate the loot tracker. Let's start with Agent D. He's the closest. Make contact with D while I alert the others on a secure line and tell him to come. Agent D is a master of disguise and traps, and a hell of a pole dancer. Which is more useful in this galaxy than you might
Oh,
think.
I'm getting shit.
Agent D's been
I'm getting a lot of shit.
He's got them COV.
All right, so let's see. That's a foursome. Hold on. What
Those bandits won't lift
what can I get from here? What is there to potentially get? Firestorm, Storm, Rough Rider, Rocket Boots, Lucian's Call, Blast Master. Okay, so no, he doesn't drop the Thunderfire. I think it's King Nashor I was thinking of. King Nashor should be the one that's dropping the Thunderfire. So that is actually just a Beans exclusive thing. I thought it might have been the replacement for the Wester gun, so I thought it might have been like the weird in-between pools. But that seems like it's not the case.
figures. Those dumb bandits fell for Tyrene because no one else here loved them or looked at them. But that ain't a reason to burn down the galaxy.
That's gonna be crazy once I hit 27. I might end this stream by going back and farming the fucking, trying to get the Thunderfire again. What of these do I want? Probably, yeah, the cryo one's way better actually. Holy shit. Okay.
Been waiting for you,
We gotta get
Volpe.
the Gunslut gun.
Been forever since we
It
killed your
must
friend.
happen.
My followers are chomping at the bit for a new murder vid. So
For no
pick
reason
up
in
the big
particular.
machine. Here's a sitch.
I just
Let me film
need
you
it
killing
for
yourself with my
science.
murder cams, and then I'll give you a one-of-a-kind gun. I guess you could try to ruin my whole thing, destroy all my murder cams, whatever, but real talk, you're a gun slut. We both
Damn right.
and this gun is totally worth your
I will kill myself for you, my queen. Also, elite music taste. It bounces all over the place. This playlist gives even me whiplash sometimes, but I'm very proud of it.
actually did it. You are a
Top 10 legendaries and uniques and why? Oh man.
followers, so win-win.
I don't know if I can give you a 10 off the top of my head, but Moonfire, Multitap are definitely up there. Probably the Chaos too. Moonfire, I've always loved hand cannons in video games. I was a wingman main in Titanfall. The Moonfire is just such a fucking satisfying weapon. Multi-tap, I fucking adore. Because, I mean, it's just really fun. It's not just a really fun weapon. I remember how disappointed I was when it initially sucked ass. But then they buffed the shit out of it, and it's just got so good. It's also just, it looks beautiful when you use it with high fire rates. It fills the sky with those little, like, red bolts of it tracking. What else was the other one I said? Chaos. Chaos I love is just like a very simple doll gun. I fucking love doll. Doll just feels so good to use in BL3. And Chaos is literally just a beefed up doll with like a slightly unique effect. The same could be said about like the Creeping Corruption. Not the Creeping Death, the Creeping Corruption. But I think the Creeping Corruption is just a little bit more boring to me. Even though it's stronger than the Chaos, I think the Creeping Corruption is just a little bit more lame than the Chaos is. Chaos also just looks sexier. God, what else? What other guns do I really fucking like?
Agent D's alive and up to his tricks. When you're ready to break D's cover.
There's too many. I like too many guns in this franchise. What's my favorite sniper? Headsplosion. Similar reason to the Moonfire. It's just very satisfying. I loved the idea of the Cobra in BL2. Was it still the Cobra in BL1? The splash damage sniper rifle? I think it was still the Cobra in 1, right? I loved that thing. Headsplosion is really fucking fun because it gets to take advantage of those ricochets really well as well. It gets 3 of them. Splash damage snipers I just think is such a cool idea. It's just, again, very satisfying to use. What else? How many am I at? I'm at like 4, right? Okay, maybe I can do 10. Maybe I can do 10. Diamondback? Oh, no, you said legendaries or uniques. Never mind. Can't do Diamondback, unfortunately. That Stalker, by default, just as it's the only legendary doll sniper that's remotely good. That's about it for the reasoning. I really like doll snipers. And unfortunately, there's not a single good legendary or unique, which is why, if I could do non-uniques as well, I'd say Diamondback. The Diamondback is so nice. Thug! Yes, there we go. Critical Thug, that's definitely on my top 10. Critical Thug is probably my favorite shotgun in BL3. I fucking love that thing. Again, very satisfying, slow-firing crit weapon. Big ricochets, big fucking splash radius. You hit a crit on that thing, and my pants are just full of shit and cum. Maybe a little bit of piss.
Let's check his dead drop and see what he's been up to.
Favorite SMG is the Smog. Yeah. Put that up there too. Can't forget that. As even though I did actually forget about it.
Language, right?
Again, trying to like go through the list of legendaries in 3 in my head and which ones are my favorites and shit. It's difficult. I have, like, too much knowledge about the legendaries in this game. So we're trying to filter through and pick out my favorites. It becomes a difficult task. Making 225 videos will do that to a motherfucker. But yeah, no, definitely the Smog. I think the Smog's effect is just so fun to play around and so goddamn cool. It's also really pretty skin, and the way it looks, even though it's not at all that similar, I fuck with it for the same reasons I fuck with the Actualizer skin. It looks so sleek and so cool. If that actually just straight up had the Actualizer skin, ugh. The Smog was just the new version of the Actualizer, ugh. Am I at 10 yet? I feel like I'm close to 10. I don't know how many I'm at. Gargoyle is a lot of fun. The Gargoyle is a lot of fun. I don't think it's one of my favorites, but it's definitely a really cool gun. Okay, what about launchers? I like a lot of launchers. It's my favorite launcher. I really like the red-eye rocket pod. I don't know if I'd say favorite. Freeman's really fun. I mean, honestly, it might be a basic bitch answer. I just fucking love the Hive.
Did you see that?
Good news. We can finally be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be a bee.
Have you been practicing? It barely shows. Doesn't kill you, makes you. I'm not alone. Have you considered with my
Didn't anyone teach you how to fight?
My purpose fulfilled.
my ass throb?
Rocket Pod and Mongol are my favorites. The Mongol's also really cool. The only thing that fucking keeps the Rocket Pod from being a favorite for mine is just the fucking badass reset. Having your stacks reset on badass kill is so fucked. I hate that shit. You know what I have not done in a really long time? What's the order on these? I need the internet. Okay, so fire, shock, corrosive, cryo, explosive. Oh, wait, no. Fire, corrosive, shock, radiation, cryo. Okay, so fire. Fire, corrosive, shock, radiation, cryo. Here we go. Dude, does BL4 even have this? Is BL4 the first mainline game to not have Tannis ride a fish? You're a free flow kind of guy. I like that about you. I'm glad my unpreparedness in my day-to-day life is is at least good for entertaining, you know? Like how the Miscreant is just a way better version of the Ogre. It really is. I think that was it. I think it's good. No, the Miscreant slaps. That's a gun that even from launch, never really... I didn't get his fucking ID. That's a gun from launch, never really had a big fan base around it. Which is surprising, because it was definitely very popular within the knowers, you know? Those who know. Haha. My knowers know. But the mystery, like, from launch is always fucked so hard, and I love that gun. It feels so good to use. And yeah, it's just a better Ogre, so of course it's good, you know?
Time to break through.
The Ogre was actually good. The Ogre would also be really cool and really fun to use. A blasphemy. They have it somewhere. I swear I've seen someone do it. The Fishy Stray Gun 4. I imagine it's in there somewhere. It would be shocking if, Is this just normal blasphemy, I think. Which, I mean, is not a bad thing. Just gonna be ammo hungry. I think, right? Is that still 2 ammo per shot? Yes, sir. I can't fucking afford that shit. Oh, yeah, I leveled up. Honestly, well, no, I gotta use the cellar a little bit more.
Take out those COV. Got you covered. Good luck.
Where did that guy go? What the fuck? Was there not a guy right there? Or just disappeared?
Please find some cover, Vault Hunter. Heads up, mad bombers. I'll try to pick a few of them off, if that's all right with you. Nice killing.
No way I get ads as X don't give it to you starts.
See those cultists are
Dude, I'm telling you, fucking...
slicing up more SOBs and
This song, I used to just, like, sometimes loop while playing BL1.
track the shipments.
Actually give it to you and fucking playing Borderlands just hits.
Find that crane to fix the darn thing and get it into position. Then I can track the ship. Appreciate it.
Actually gonna give it to you and the chaos is awesome. Exactly.
Now get to
Like,
that
these games just slap so fucking hard with this song.
Don't look down. It'll only make you crap yourself.
Tennis Fish is in 4. It's in the Fade Fields, apparently. I'm glad. I'm very glad it's there. The game, I would have uninstalled immediately if the Tannis Fish wasn't in 4. X gonna give it to you and anything just hits different. Let's be realistic. Yeah, pretty much.
Trigger fingers getting tired over here. You'll want to think twice next time.
Actually, no, you know what? There's one thing it doesn't really hit in. Yeah, you guys have seen the Rick and Morty bit with it, right?
All done. By the way, my ID's stashed in my office. Clay says you're hunting down a traitor. Good luck. I'm gonna stick around and shoot COV. It's a living. Nice meeting ya.
You could eat a sandwich to this and it's gonna be the best experience of your life. I believe it. Conference Stall in BO3 is kind of mid. What do you think? No, I think I love it. I love the Conference Stall in BL3. It's just a little bit more niche than it was in BL2. I mean, honestly, it's pretty damn similar to the way that the Lyuda is.
Once you scan those
Where it's harder to slot into most builds, but if you have a build that like wants what it's offering, being a decently high fire rate and a shit ton of projectiles, it's amazing. This isn't even mentioning the eraser synergy, but like Flak. Conference Stall on Flak is honestly, I think, one of Flak's best guns for like DPS builds. It just fucking shreds. I use the build that I use on Flak. It's the one that I use in BL3's Forgotten. Most often. I mean, the thing slaps even on like just generic Gorillas in the Mist builds. But I use it with fadeaway spam, where you're just in and out of fadeaway constantly, and you're using high pellet count, high fire rate guns to get back into fadeaway as quick as possible. It's 3-shot, so you just like 3-shot fadeaway back out, activate ASEs, and then you're going back in. And it's pretty much using like fadeaway like deception to re-trigger your stills and maneuver around the area. It's a great build. I fucking love it. But Conference Stall on that is amazing, because I can just be in and out of fadeaway instantly. Like, it's nothing. I think they adjusted the fucking foursome. The distance here feels like not what I'm used to it being. On Zane, though, so Conference Stall was made so that part of why it's so damn good on Flak for that reason is Conference Stall during a patch was made so that the child projectiles that it spawns also hit the main target that they spawn out of. So this means that it is literally like 3 times the projectiles whenever you hit an enemy. What's especially nice about this is that when you hit a crit with Zane and Eraser triggers, and Eraser hits on the enemy that you triggered Eraser on. So the Conference Stall just shreds through fucking anything with a crit spot if you have Eraser, while those ricochets then go out, or while those extra projectiles then split out and also hit other nearby enemies with your amp damage, or your eraser damage.
Out of his mind on
You know, the conference style was great. I love it.
happens when we don't educate our claptraps.
Hornet and VLV, Chef's Kiss. I loved the Hornet in 2. It got a huge glow up in 3. Hyperion in BO2 is kind of mid. I missed the pistols. I really like the offerings Hyperion does have in 3, with like the exception of legendary snipers.
Drones, bots, you name it. In every
But yeah, I wish they had more, because I feel like Hyperion.
You know, that fancy
Hold on,
microwave.
let me confirm. I feel like Hyperion's kind of lacking in the numbers department. Not quite as bad as, you know, Atlas. Let me pull up the spreadsheet. I just want to see this. No, you know what? I guess there is a lot. I take that back. They aren't really lacking too hard. There is a decent bit. They're similar in count, I think, to they look pretty similar to like Doll and COV in numbers. I think a lot of their shotguns and SMGs are pretty good. Mostly their shotguns. Hyperion is they're great with their shotties in 3. But yeah, no, I do definitely fucking miss Hyperion pistols.
Known smuggler secret. You want to find something? Use a jabber. Fast as hell. Got a nose like a bloodhound. We digitized that little bastard so it doesn't crap everywhere. I ain't no turd farmer. Now follow that jabber.
Atlas who? For real.
That's the word.
Gotta say, watching you use the Foursome after using it on Moe's just don't hit the same. Got a 7 in Torn Cross promotion. It's truly epic.
You know,
Dude, how the hell are you not just killing yourself constantly?
good to be back in
I mean, like, that is kind of the point, but
vicariously.
that does sound like a good time.
It's a fancy word alert.
You know, that feels... Honestly, you know what? That might be the same. There's a good chance that I'm just now used to the, distance on the fucking hard point. Which the hard point is a sad, sad imitation of the foursome. As good as the hard point is, it just does not have the oomph that using the foursome has.
If I had an army of jabbers, I could take over the planet. I'm just saying. Ook indeed, my brother. Ook indeed.
That's my secret cap. I am, and nuking the whole screen at the same time. What the fuck is cover? That's the you're a true Moe's man, all right? I see all these Moe's players wanting splash immunity and shit. Nah. Fuck that. Die. Be a man and die. If you cannot kill from fight for your life with Moe's, then there's bigger issues than Moe's having splash or self-splash damage. Alright? Moe's is a true tub thumper. She gets knocked down and she gets back up again. That's how you fucking play Moe's. Okay, actually, you know what it might be? Is the splash radius reduced? 288? I think it's reduced. Yeah, it's like half. Not half. It's like 100 less. Splash radius on base foursome is 480. I think this is what it was like pre-nerf or pre-buff. That's why the distance feels weird on it. It's just that it has a lessened splash. And it'd be a little bit more accurate.
Jabber saying the fragment's just up there. Nice
The Doom guy's Jacob shotgun is fire. Yeah, it is.
Let's get that fragment. Find out who betrayed the rogues.
Literally. Fuck, I accidentally bought that.
Have some money. Now I
What did I just sell? No. I don't want to sell my quatomizer. That thing's fun. I might actually whip that out. Whip that thing out. A huge fucking pole? Getting fucking Death Follows Close right before a boss fight? Crazy.
Archimedes? That you? I thought you were dead.
I always activate my skills way too early in this fight. Every fucking time. Without fail.
Aurelia promised me 2 planets and enough cash to build a water slide between them. The dream we always talked about. It's happening, Clay. It's happening. Proud of you, man. You did it. Vault Hunter, kill that traitorous son of a bitch.
We'll see about that, Clay. I've got a new family now, and a new shine thanks to Troy Calypso. Children of the Vault, baby!
Damn, he's one of those anointed freaks. Show him what happens to traitors, Vault Hunter.
Got the fragment, boyo.
I made the mistake of listening, or I made the mistake of listening to K6 and avoiding the, avoiding TCP on my last modes, and now you're killing yourself anyways. Max out those explosions, kill everything. Exactly. You are never going to avoid killing yourself on Moes unless you completely avoid what makes Moes Moes.
Calypso twins murdered him, and Aurelia helped. So when you and Wainwright are ready to make a move, you let me know. And for the record,
So, you know, if you're gonna do it anyways, you might as well do it harder while killing everything else even harder. Bounty of Blood DLC is so goated. It is. I think, Bounty of Blood is easily my favorite DLC in BL3. I think it might also just be my favorite DLC ever. There's so many, like, not only just the setting, the guns, the characters, the writing, everything about it slaps, but then there's also so much small shit
well, I've got good news as well.
that just really does it for me. Like, I love the little details of, like, how collecting stuff interacts with the main hub. I love the songwriter guy who, like, as you complete missions, he adds more to the song about you. The song itself also just slaps. I love how, like, doing the crew challenges and shit, it actually adds people to the hub. I like that one of them is literally just, like, completing a movie. I think that's so fucking cool.
Once you acquire it, I will
There's
join
so
you
much
for
shit
the
about that DLC that is just
I don't like
amazing. And it's got beautiful environments.
turn, but the facts remain. The Calypsos will come to feed on the Vault.
Nothing hits quite as hard as the Obsidian Forest.
Sure that when they arrive,
Their dinner plate will be empty. Trust me, Lilith, it has to be me. It's her choice to go down, Lilith. And we have to do something.
Or the Calypsos get exactly what they want.
I know that. Tanis, I trust you. It's your call. Thank you, Lilith. And Ava, human emotions are well outside of my expertise, but I must state the obvious. Troy Calypso killed Maya, not Lilith. There is enough fighting going on out there. This may not have been the family you signed up for,
See,
but it is the one you have.
I think this moment's a good example of what I was talking about earlier.
She'll figure it out.
I think that interaction there,
Wainwright knows
one, I think it's good.
we got the vault.
I think that's actually, like, a pretty decent
Ready for them.
moment
Wainwright
to have
seems
happen.
pretty revved up. Can't blame him. Who wouldn't jump at the chance to take back what was stolen?
Because that, like, that's that character development that kind of just happens here and there with Ava, where that happens, and then the next time she's with Lilith, like, you can tell that she definitely, like, thought about that and, you know, figured her fucking shit out. It's just that that's something that happens off screen. Say there was, like, a little fucking side quest there or some shit where you were, like, doing something for Ava and she was kind of talking about her feelings on the matter, you know? On what happened there and how, like, oh, well, I know that was Troy, but blah, 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 like, whatever. Like, that's a great moment to actually expand on that that character moment there, but they kind of don't, and it kind of just, that happens. I think that moment in a vacuum is good, but then they don't really do anything with it, and then it's just like, well, the character development happened off screen. She's now like chill with Lilith. Okay, it's literally just Ava needed more of a focus in this game. They needed to spend more time on her rather than just pushing her off to the side and having a shit ton of important character development happen off screen. Mollywan Takedown and Guardian Takedown, which one's better difficulty and loot-wise? I find it really difficult to compare them. I think both are incredibly good for very different reasons. I mean, difficulty, like, Guardian Takedown's harder. Mollywan Takedown's easier. I wish the jump between them wasn't so different, or, like, wasn't so drastic. The problem is, I really like the difficulty of both of them. I wish we had a third takedown to bridge between them. COV Takedown! COV Takedown would have been the perfect way to fucking bridge that gap, but never got a third takedown, unfortunately. But no, I think both are really good. Both are very different. Mollywan Takedown is much more simple. I think it's much better. It's much better for, like, testing a build, you know? Guardian Takedown is better for pushing a build. I think, if that makes sense. Like, Guardian Takedown is much more... I mean, it's much more Destiny style of a raid, you know? I think it's fucking awesome. I think both are fucking awesome. That's what I'm saying here. I think both are incredible. Loot-wise, I really, really like the Smog. I think all the Guardian Takedown loot is really good. I think, like, the Smog, the Stinger, of course, Globetrotter, the Web Slinger is neat. But I think loot-wise, Mollywan Takedown just adds more, and it adds more that's consistently better than Guardian Takedown, because Guardian Takedown has, like, the Ass Clappius and the Web Slinger. Again, the Web Slinger is cool. Not really that good. But I love all the things that they add. I love everything about them.
This passage will put you right underneath this state. Stay smooth, operator.
All 4 of the main DLCs in this game just fucking rock. BO4 is so much to live up to. It does. Which is why I fear. Because I feel like for BL4 to live up to what BL3 became, I think it started way far behind, and it's not getting ahead quick enough. Oh my god, COV Takedown, why dangle something so epic and not real in my imagination? You're so cruel. Here, it'll get worse, okay? Because I've had a concept for COV Takedown for so fucking long. I was really into the small, tighter sections in these games, especially in BL1. Like this area, I think this area is awesome. Fighting in small, enclosed, stronghold-type places, I think is so fun. There's a big lack of CQB combat in modern Borderlands games. What is it? Bloodshot Stronghold in 2, I think, is a great example of it too. But from 2 onward, we've kind of lost the amount of CQB areas that, like, BL1 had, and I really miss that. So COV Takedown, I think it'd be a fantastic opportunity for that, where you're kind of in, like, a cave, you know, and you're fighting through these different cave sections. You have some, like, open areas, but a lot of it is much tighter, like that classic Stronghold section. And you're just fighting hordes of fucking COV. I think the way that you would do it is you have more of, like, the gun-focused ones in these tighter areas, which might sound a little counterintuitive, but you have, like, badass Marauders and shit. Not Marauders, whatever the fuck they're called. Zealots and shit. In the tighter areas. And then the wider sections, like the big cavernous areas, you're fighting waves of psychos. But, like, a shit ton of them. And you're just getting rushed down by waves of fucking psychos and, like, suicide bombers and shit. And the boss I think what it should be, okay, there's objectives in this, all right? Each section, there's a vault key fragment. And you have to get the vault key fragment by defeating like a mini boss or something. The mid boss, the middle boss of all of this, because you know, COVs have two major or the takedowns have two major bosses each. The middle boss is like the mutated Psycho in BL1. Again, pulling from BL1, where it's like just that big ass motherfucker. Just a giant fucked up mutated Psycho is the mid boss. The final boss, you're opening a vault. It just gives you another vault monster to fight. Don't know what it would be, but I think it would be so fucking cool.
Fancy that.
Right on time, Vault Hunter. We're at the controls now. It's a closet full of
How's it going, Nid? Welcome, brother.
tiles. Winnie, you didn't tell me we needed to solve an elaborate puzzle. Nonsense. An elaborate puzzle is its own reward. Vault Hunter, all
I never finished Guardian fucking crystals. Use pets. If you're struggling with crystals, I highly recommend using pets. Auto Bearer, any of Flax pets, or Clone, they hard target pets more than they'll target you. Trials, which one's more fun and loot worth it in all the trials? I don't think there's really a trial that's more fun than one another. My personal favorite is the Mollywan one. What's it called?
Definitely not.
Fuck, what the fuck is it called?
I found a stuffed fish with a code on it. That'll be the answer. Alistair,
I can't fucking remember what it is. The Molly one, though. The Molly one I think is really fun. I just like the aesthetic of it. I like how it looks.
Alistair, try and enjoy it.
But I think all of them are really fucking fun. I love that they're all very varied environments and have like different mobs and shit.
Wasn't meant to be.
I run all of them pretty damn often.
Red Heron. Watch out for more zealots, Vault Hunter.
For the Calypso! Festival operation.
God, I can't fucking aim!
This is my moment! You're gonna regret coming here, bitch! Bring it on, me! Shoulder shooter's empty!
Got home from school and have had the perfect Friday so far. Played balloons and drank a monster.
God damn it, Alistair.
God, dude, I could go for a fucking Red Bull right now.
Bandits, and I'm trading away my inheritance.
Dude, it's like so snowy outside, so I can't even like walk to the fucking store. I mean, 7-Eleven is just down the street. I can maybe run to 7-Eleven. You know what? I might do that after this. I had a coffee, but I feel like I need cold caffeine right now. If that makes sense. I think it's actually just the addiction talking, but you know. I'm so excited! I'm so excited to drink my 17th energy drink for the day that I'm literally shaking. I'm literally sweating and shaking. I'm so excited.
There's the Grand Reserve!
Story implications of a COV takedown just works too. Gearbox, hire this man, please. I wish. Bro, for free, I made them an entire new Vault Hunter. Alright? For free! I made a fucking 30-minute video on a Vault Hunter concept.
Just follow the conveyor system out of that room.
The snow is fucked here too. Most of our streets are clean, but those that aren't are at huge difficulty spike.
Go on your way. That'll take you to the distillery room. You're coming
God.
up on it now.
You know, that's certainly a way to phrase that. You ever touched a woman? You know, unrelated question. Just curious.
Wing of the house has been poorly tended to since even before the
No, we just got like a huge fucking snowfall the other day. It was actually like we had barely any snow this year so far. But you know, that's just because winter's been being pushed back further and further with every year. So we get like nothing through November and December, and then January, February, it's a fucking mess. I love global warming. It's so cool. I love fucking carbon emissions. I love aerosols. I go outside and I just start breathing really heavily to introduce even more CO2 into the environment. I'm doing my part.
Wish granted. Hands above your heads, please.
I can't fucking aim mood when you drop out of that flow state. What's funny is I said that and then I feel like I got into the flow state immediately after. Not global warming, it's climate change. Eh, same shit.
Step aside, Alistair.
See, you knew what I meant. I grew up with it being called global warming, but like... It's definitely doing more than just getting warmer. You know, I think I'd be okay if it was just getting warmer. You know what? Fuck the environment. I wouldn't mind not having to deal with snow. Fuck the polar ice caps. All my homies hate that shit. Oh, her immunity phases were also done. Or gone. So I think what I really like about Rebalands and removing immunity phases, one, it doesn't remove all of them. Some of the more important ones are still there. Like Warden's transition phase, and Rampager still is allowed one of his transitions, which I think is better than Redux completely removing all of them. But I like that it buffs the shit out of bosses as well to make them tougher during a story run. And I think that makes the lack of immunity phases also feel a lot better than in Redux. With Redux, you were just blowing through bosses like they were fucking nothing. Redux's playthroughs were very unbalanced.
Alistair, are you alright? Me? What about you?
No, but I do have 260 hours in Monster Hunter. You ever consider that potentially those two things might actually be related? Like, there might actually be a direct correlation there? Nothing new in here.
Not the first time I've had lead in my belly. Just have to clench. Oh.
Yo? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Yo! That's actually crazy. I don't know if that's changed from vanilla. Like, I don't know if the drop rates on that are changed from vanilla, but the vanilla rates on the fucking Diluvian Firestorm are crazy. I think it's second in rarity to the Roiler Gas Call. To my knowledge. I don't know if that knowledge is up to date.
Thank you, Vault Hunter, for giving her every chance.
And I have no idea if that rate is changed for Rebalands, but if not, that's kind of crazy. I live in Michigan. Wednesday, it took me an hour to get home as opposed to the usual 20 minutes. Yeah, living near the lakes is a good time, ain't it?
You rich folk and your riddles and puzzles and genuine mourning of dead family members.
What's the Diluvian Firestorm? How's it changed their grenade? It is a Firestorm with rain and large. Or is it just large? I don't know. It's a Firestorm with a certain part, I think. I forget what the Firestorm usually just rolls with. But I don't actually know if it makes it that much better. Oh, right, there's a roof. It's kind of, I think it's kind of just more of a trophy item than anything.
statue is out there.
Once you clear the path to the vault, I will join you with the rest of the vault key.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, it has like the rain and then large. I think that's what it is. Because I think the normal firestorm is just the firestorm part. Let me check. No, wrong firestorm. Yeah, so I can have large, rain, and singularity. I think specifically, apparently, the Diluvian is like the rarest one, though. I don't know. Again, that honestly, I might be having a Weisenheimer moment because I heard that from like a video years ago. I think it was a Moxie video. But I usually trust Moxie.
That's the founder himself, Singleton Talbot Jacobs. Quite the eye for detail he had, even if it cost. Singleton got held up.
Thought it was gonna make me shoot it. I like meleeing them.
The bore of the robber's rifle. That is, until the robber shot him in the face.
Oh, I guess I should, Actually, honestly, I probably will keep that on E.
Menagerie next.
Or
This
F.
menagerie was installed by my great uncle Maddox. Maddox didn't trust a soul. The man preferred having bars between him and the rest of the world. He once measured his spaghetti on the suspicion that his cook was short noodling him.
Did that one have a bounty? No. You sure? Well, this is embarrassing.
That couldn't possibly be. I've had women in my room, and one of the first things they asked was how much I had spent on my physical JoJo manga collection, and I didn't know the sum, so I had to start calculating, and then it got scary midway through. Did that woman ever come back into your bedroom after that? Or wait, was this woman your mother? It doesn't count if it's your mother.
Looking out the window, he never noticed that his butler was plotting his demise. Gothic drama. The final riddle is in the greenhouse.
You got a death wish?
Gash is also the same. Still 2 ammo per shot. It feels better, though. That definitely feels like it's doing more damage. I was doing the statues wrong. Last time I just blew them up and it worked because I'm just hitting the spot. Does like just the splash damage itself work on them? Or do you have to like actually hit the spot with an impact grenade or something? No classmates, but I live far from others, so they haven't returned because one of them has like a 1.5 hour drive to get to my place. Are you sure that's why they haven't returned? Are you certain it wasn't the JoJo collection?
Grandfather Warden. First Jacobs to sell firearms to someone without a mustache. Man of great vision and greater greed. It was him that made Jacobs into a galactic name, even if it was just a means of lining his wallet.
These idiots!
still beats within you, Vault Hunter.
Not the first time I punched a statue in the crotch. Won't be the last. Ouch! Let's crack on! How the bloody hell do you reload this thing?
Yeah, the splash works. That's fucking funny. I don't know if I've ever used a splash to do it.
There she is, Vault Hunter. My
Maggie in BO3. I think the Maggie in 3 is better than it was in BO2 by far.
to its rightful hands. You have my thanks.
And it was only stronger previously. It's a 50-50. I've also tried to convince them to watch Evangelion, which adds to the situation, buddy. I'm not helping myself with that. At least you're aware. Doesn't Evangelion have like incest in it or some shit? That's definitely not the one you want to convince a woman to watch with you.
Anyway, there's no time for parlor tricks. I will assemble the vault key.
I used to have one just like that.
Acceptance of the problem is the first step to recovery.
I trust you know.
I mean, have you accepted it or have you just like acknowledged it? There's a difference between acknowledgement and acceptance. You have to accept that you have a problem. And we're Grave Ward at. We're not chilling here. Evangelion has an interesting hospital scene. That might be what I'm thinking of. I've never seen it. I've only seen many people joke about it.
Out of juice.
God fucking damn, Grave Ward's gonna take a minute. I need to whip out the gash. That's gonna be better here. Oh, I did level up. Accuracy might actually help with this pretty heavily.
It's possible you picked the wrong battle. That was all me.
It involves cum, a sleeping girl, and a very fucked situation. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely not something you probably want to recommend a woman watch with you. Yo, holy fuck! Wait, what? Gash cracked? What the fuck? Man, maybe this ain't gonna take as long as I thought. Holy shit, dude. Do your little stabby. See ya, dildo.
Now, I've been working on some experimental technology that should allow us to neutralize the vault monster, rendering it useless to the Calypsos.
Yeah, this was before Paramore went to shit.
Tannis, you can do this. Let's give it a try. You may want to stand back. As I said, experimental tech. Yes, it's working.
Start lobbing at motherfuckers. Oh, please be burst fire. Please be burst. Aww.
Excellent.
Disappointing.
I told.
Q system might be nice. Or swap out that for the Q system. Hang on with Frozen Heart. If I do end up doing Green Tree, Frozen Heart might actually be incredibly nice to have.
Sustenance. Starving creatures make mistakes. Now Tyrene Calypso will be unable to derive power from the Vault Monster.
What the actual dick? Did you just kill the Vault Monster for real? Come on.
Doesn't that normally have phases like where's Graveward falling over? What do you mean?
I'm so hungry.
Graveward's just a big health bar. He doesn't have any immunity phases or anything.
I don't know, leech a pile of tanks?
It starts out usually with him like laying out on the thing, and then he kind of becomes the Vault Monster after you kill the first two guys. But he didn't do that for some reason.
Into the vault to collect your loot. Meanwhile, I will examine the Iridian technology out here.
Or no, I guess it does kind of have phases because usually when you beat him down to the first third, when he like smacks his fist down, he immediately comes out of that phase. So no, you're right. There is phases. Yeah. Not immediately, but it dramatically stomps and falls over at each third. Yeah. No, I do know what you're talking about. I kind of forgot because usually I just obliterate him too quick in like with his first crit spot opening. But yeah, no, you're right. There is usually a phase there.
I do not recognize. Could Tyrene Calypso be telling the truth about the Great Vault? I am concerned.
See you, Abdul. Have a good one. Thanks for stomping on by, brother.
Lilith will want to hear about this.
Or, oh no, I fucking... I just read see ya later. I thought you were talking to me. Yeah, no, we did fuck up Graveward real quick there. Dude, I was horrified, honestly, when I first saw how long, or like how little I was fucking dealing with his health bar. I was like, oh man. I might, I might be here a while. But,
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Gash came in fucking clutch. That's actually crazy. That definitely has gotten a damage buff. I don't even know if it seems that crazy on card, but that feels crazy.
But we've got our eye on a bigger prize.
Lilith, the Calypsos just took
All right.
Tannis.
No, damn it. Vault Hunter, I need you back on.
As I said, my goal today was to complete Eden 6, but before I wrap it up here, I do want to go try to farm the Thunderfire again. I'm normally like 5+ levels under leveled, so I've spent way too much time in that arena, usually followed up with a bunch more times in the arena until I'm melting him. Dude, that's the thing. Graveward can actually be a pretty fucking rough boss. I think he is actually a pretty big wall of a boss for newer players. Because he is just so tanky, even in the base game. If you go into him unprepared, Graveward can be a bit of a tough time. I think with how much time everyone has spent melting him in the endgame and shit, I feel like it kind of gets forgotten just how hard Graveward actually is able to be even in vanilla. It's kind of funny. Because he did kind of just end up becoming like the de facto boss to bully for loot.
Should have known. Should have seen it coming. This is exactly what I was afraid of.
Stop talking about Tannis like she's already dead. There's still time.
Incoming transmission.
Of course.
We kidnapped your scientist. If you want to see her alive.
Where is Elden Ring stream part 2? I mean, it'll probably happen maybe sometime soon again. I'm not promising anything, but I had to uninstall it for a bit because I didn't have enough space on my fucking SSD. But I've since bought another one, and so I do have significantly more space to, you know, have shit downloaded. It'll happen eventually. Yeah, you're playing Moe's. You don't struggle with anything ever. Description works the best. You're just literally just a wall of health. Doesn't have much more to him than that. And I think it's actually, like, good that he is and doesn't really do much more than that. I mean, like, he does have a lot of very cool attacks, and he's very telegraphed. But God, he is beefy. And I think, like, the thing with him is that he's a check. Is what he is. He's a check to get you towards the latter half of the game. He is where either you're going to fuck him up, or he's going to fucking hit you with the back to the lobby, and you gotta get back to, doing side quests, leveling up, or, farming up some gear to take on the rest of the game. I think it's very important that he's kind of just a big wall of meat. I love Grave Ward. I think Grave Ward's so cool. All right, we got to go back to Athenas. Gonna start farming up some, I mean, at least we'll probably get another Trevinator. Wait, is this even gonna scale? Fuck, I don't know what Athenas is gonna be scaled at right now. It might still just be like level 14. I don't think Athena scales until after you beat the game. So I might just not be able to get the Thunderfire until later. Yeah, fuck. Well, whatever. I'm gonna go kill Beans once. Maybe we'll get a level 16 Thunderfire.
You must be joking.
I need to see if it is the Thunderfire from TPS. I'm gonna have a new favorite gun if so.
Trust me, and you're dead. Fancy that.
All said with love, Grave Ward's fun, wouldn't change a thing. Punish me for my hubris, big man. Make me earn the kill. That's just exactly Grave Ward. He's so fucking good. Which also is what makes it so good when you do just have a fucking run where you obliterate him. Alright, one more. We'll give him one more. One more for the level 16 Thunderfire. You finish the game, I'll buy you the DLC for Elden Ring? Look, you didn't say which game. Okay, I'll finish the BL3 story right now. I'll continue going for another, like, 3 hours. I'm kidding. I'm hungry.
Shoulder shooter's empty.
Rad Lotus. Are we certain that Beans doesn't just drop the Lotus? It's starting to feel like Beans just drops the Lotus. I've gotten the Lotus like 4 times from him. One more. We also need a BTD6 stream. That would go crazy. The problem is I'm not, like, I play a lot of BTD6. I'm not good at it. I don't think that would actually be that entertaining. I place monkeys and go. I don't know shit about the BTD meta. I don't know anything.
empty.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm really starting to think he just drops the Lotus. No need to be good. I just like looking at the funny monkey pop balloons. I feel like if I was gonna do that, that would be like a late night stream thing. If I just like wanted to stream while absolutely zooted out of my mind by being overtired. I think I'm level 100 and something in BTD 6. So yeah, no, I'm not super high level. See, today, instead of just dropping a shit ton of, instead of just dropping a shit ton of Trevenators, now he's dropping front loaders. And how many hours for you would be late night? Well, it's like 5, or it's like 4:20 right now. 4:25. So like 6 hours would be like 10. I feel like that would be like an 8 to 10 p.m. hour, or like 8 to 10 p.m. kind of stream, you know? Which I don't even do those that often. But I just wanted to boot something up to chill. Otherwise, I don't think many people would watch me fucking actually play BTD 6 in my usual stream times. Okay, one more. It's like 5 a.m. for me. Oh, there's a Trevenator. Yeah, no, I think he does not drop the Thunderfire. I think that's a lie. But who drops the Thunderfire? Well, he's supposed to drop the Lotus. What if Grave Ward drops the Thunderfire? Does Bean show the element that killed him, or is it a rad specific thing he does with his drones? Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever paid enough attention. Okay, I still have the gash. I think the gash is just going to be how we kill him. I can try to debuff him first. Pretty sure Nogs in general just show the element when you kill them. I think so too. I'm just not 100%. No, he also drops the Lotus. Okay, so I think fucking Beans is just bugged. Which means I might just have to hope to God that the Thunderfire World drops at some point, if I want it. However, I will definitely take a Lotus. But that is probably going to do it for today, fellas. Because, dear God, your boy Goop Gooch be hungry as shit. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out, as always. It has been a damn good time. I feel like there was something I was going to say at the end here, but I completely fucking forget, so it must have not been important. Has been a damn good time, as always. Nice actually catching you live. Enjoy yourself. Well, hey, if you want to do it again, I usually start streaming at, what is it? Like 12:15 p.m. EST. From Australia. Oh, man, no wonder you've struggled to catch me. Thanks for stopping on by. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, morning, night, whatever the time it may be. What is funny? Hold on, wait. I should have looked at this when I was more at my peak hours. This is what it was. I remembered what I was going to say at the start of stream. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. So I wish I saw it at my peak. I'm at 12 viewers right now on Twitch. Okay. Fucking BO3, before I went live, the BO3 category had a total of 10. 10 viewers total before I went live. We have more than doubled the viewers in the BO3 category. So everyone give yourselves a big pat on the back. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm so glad we could do this here today. K6 wasn't live. He's also probably not streaming BO3. I'm like the only person that actually probably has an audience that's streaming in BO3. Big dubs. Anyways. See you guys. Bye-bye.